For those who are joining us early, and for those in the audience, it is a hybrid festival this year, which I'm really, really stoked about. But before we start, I should probably do my, there we go, formal introduction. So welcome to the Victoria Tea Festival Revival, 7th year.
Yay!
A heartfelt acknowledgement to the Lekwungen-speaking people whose unceded territory is where we have our festival on. So sincere gratitude. We are going to bring an amazing symposium to you today. So those who are watching live, you get to go out that door and go up the stairs and check out the myriad of vendors and tea merchant educators who've joined us today. We have people from Vancouver, we have folks from Up Island, we have people here in Victoria, just a really interesting array, a farmer's market style of tea fair happening outside in the courtyard. We have a World Tea Championship that's being organized by Cloudwalker Tea, and they're going to be doing Gong Fu Cha style tea preparation. That's going to be happening at 1. But today, what you're watching over the internet on our Twitch channel is our International Tea Symposium. We have some wonderful guests who are going to be joining us. But my name, by the way, though, is Jared Nyberg. I am the president of the International Tea Appreciation Society, which is what's putting on, this society is what's putting on this festival. My other hat is I'm co-owner of Jaga Silk Tea here in Victoria. And who's going to be your host today is not going to be myself. It's actually going to be the wonderful Jen. I can never pronounce your last name, Jen. Maximitz. Okay, Maximitz. Yes. So Maximitz. So Jen Maximitz. Maximitz. Okay, all right. Yep. I'll get it. Jen and I, we've known each other for 10 years.
6 years.
6 years. Okay, all right. Time flies so fast. But we met actually at Jaga Silk. Jen has run her own and runs her own tea company. We have the Tea Mistress is where you can go check out some of your work.
Yes.
You can also go on to Salt Spring Island and you can visit and do classes with Jen. Does an amazing workshop. Beautiful space. I understand you've invited us over, and we need to take you up on that offer to come and check out.
We're waiting for you, Jared.
It'll happen.
Okay,
It'll happen.
I'm ready.
It'll happen. But okay. But I'm going to actually welcome everybody. Introduce Jen, but Jen, do you want to maybe take the floor from here?
Sure, I'd love to. My pleasure.
And have our wonderful guests who are going to be joining us, the Lochan Family,
yes.
And who are going to be followed by our Staple Repair and Kintsugi folks. We have the Japanese tea ceremony being demonstrated after that. We have a Korean tea ceremony meditation session happening. We're going to be talking live from Japan after that one. We'll have Yamaguchi-san on talking about transitioning fields to organic. We have understanding the association of type of tea in your selection and clay teapot happening for the final session. It's going to be an amazing really show. Excited. But I'm going to keep it at that. Okay. And welcome, Jen.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you for doing all the hard work and making this happen for us all today.
Oh, you're very sweet. I couldn't do it without the amazing volunteer network, though. Wow, what an amazing group it's been. So. Yeah.
It takes a village.
Yeah,
right?
It does take a village. Thank you. I'm going to leave you guys with Jen, and appreciate so much that you've joined us today and made this time so late in your evening. Thank you, guys.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming today, and we are very honored to have our special guests from the Doke Tea Estate in Bihar, India, and it's a family-run estate. Everything is organic and everything is handmade, which is very important today because with industrialization, the art of hand making tea is a tradition that's being lost. And there's a lot of care and attention that goes into that process when you make something by hand. So, and also by choosing to do it organically. And also, with the Doke Tea Estate, they are very ecological, but they also care for their family and their workers and the animals in their area. And it's a whole system approach to care. And so thank you so much for joining us. I understand that it's almost midnight where you are, and I know I'd be sleeping if it was midnight. So thank you so much for staying awake. And I believe today we're going to have a Masala Chai demonstration. Yes?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Wonderful.
So we've got 2 masala chais for you. We've got one that goes with milk, and we've got one that goes without the milk.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I can show it to you. Just give me a second.
Okay, no worries. I might ask, would someone, Rajiv or someone, would you like to tell us a little bit about what inspired you to start the tea plantation? Because I was reading on your website that, correct me if I'm wrong, but 15 years ago you started Doke Tea Estate? Yes.
Yes.
Can you turn it up a little bit, guys? Yeah, up so we can hear Rajiv. Sorry, Rajiv, I'm just getting all the sounds right.
We are about 6 kilometers. Doke Tea is about 7 kilometers from here. And we started it about 25 years ago when Bihar Tea Estate wanted to take care of their human migration outside the state because they had land, but they had no water, no irrigation. People will run away. Then government approached us. They invited us to do the plantation, and they said that they will be giving us water. And central government came to give us a status. That's the non-traditional tea growing area, and they gave us all the assurance of lot many things. So we started planting, and then we did a lot of things. We had about 100,000 acres of tea.
Whoa.
But that's not all ours.
100,000 acres of tea.
Ours were very small, and luckily or unluckily, we had some aboriginal lands. Aboriginal lands cannot be converted, but when government gave us the assurance that they'll convert it into the tea lands, so we planted. After about 10 years, there was some trouble. And because of that, we started making tea. Because we had to make the economy working. And that's how our artisanal teas came into being. And then a lot of other stories. All of a sudden, then the government came up with a lot of money. They gave us so much of irrigation, and then the river linking project from Assam to Bengal to Bihar to UP. A lot of water came through our area, and everything became green. And we made a small factory. And now Dolly has made it very beautiful. People are calling it a club. I call it a nice place to stay.
It looks beautiful right by the Doha River, yes?
Yeah, right by this lake. And a very recent photo is so good. Vicky has taken a photo with the white lens. And the woman plans it is so good. And it is so nice. We want to start and what we call the tea culture things, the yoga things. And then, as you were telling that you were in Taiwan, but you know, Taiwan and China is almost the same. You know that this came from India to China. And during 600 airy. Lot of manuscripts went from here to a monastery called Busu. And there they made some special characters, give the right meaning to the description of the concepts. And two monks are in, and other one.
Thank you so much for sharing the history of your plantation of the Doke Tea Estate, and also about where tea, sort of the process of tea origin in India. Thank you. It looks like the ladies there have got the tea ready in their hands. Yay. Let's see. Let's see.
You know, she's the powerhouse of Doke.
That's right. Yeah.
Two very giggly ladies.
Good.
This is organic masala. Orthodox masala chai. This is orthodox masala chai. This is. I don't know if you can see it. Let's see.
Can you raise it up a little bit? Oh, okay. Oh, so the herbs, you've got the cardamom in there, and
yes, we've got 5 different spices. I'll show you the different spices.
Okay.
So that's the one without the milk.
Okay.
And this is I don't know if you can see it.
I can't. Just raise it up a little bit. Oh, beautiful.
This is the one that goes with the milk.
Okay.
So we've just got the spices cut a little bit more fine compared to the one that goes without the milk.
And
so it's just different style of basically cutting or processing the tea. The blend itself, actually. There's not much difference in the spices itself.
And do you cut the spices smaller because when you put it without the milk, you're not brewing it as long, and so the flavor is extracted easier?
So I think what happens when for orthodox masala chai, when you're brewing it with water, you have to brew it for a shorter time. But then when you're brewing it with milk, you have to brew it for a longer time. So CTC, what happens is if you have it in a finer state, the more finer it is, the more stronger flavor it gives.
Okay.
And the more, the bigger spices cut, it takes time for the flavor to come out of the spice itself.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That's
So
because of the surface area.
For our audience, CTC is chop, tear, and cut. So you've got whole leaf tea, and then sometimes, like when you buy tea bag tea, it'll be CTC. So the leaves are chopped and torn and chopped into the small pieces. And just as Shakal just said, that when the leaves are chopped smaller, they let out the flavor faster. Okay.
So this is the non-milk masala chai.
Yeah.
It's brewing. We'll show you in a minute.
So how much did you put in your pot? How many teaspoons or tablespoons?
So this is a slightly bigger pot. So we put in about 2.5 teaspoons.
2.5 teaspoons for about an average size pot, it looks like. Okay.
Yes, it's about that big.
And how long are you going to brew that for?
3 minutes.
Normally it's 3 minutes, but then
Okay.
obviously,
Depends.
it depends.
Yeah.
Everything in tea depends.
Totally.
So this is the one with the milk.
Oh, that looks so good.
Yeah.
I love
And
chai.
can
Thank you.
color?
Oh.
Smells really nice as well. So we've got all the different spices, but I just spilled some on my laptop. So
Okay. Oh, no.
let me see if I can show them to you again.
Okay, thanks.
So this is the. Let's see if I can manage it this time. This is the.
The ginger.
Yeah, so this is the ginger. Yeah, that's number 1.
And can you grow ginger in India?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
We grow a lot of.
All of the spices that are blended in this are all grown in India.
Thank you.
This is the cinnamon.
Oh, so nice. Gorgeous cinnamon bark.
We sent quite a lot of cinnamon to the US. Just straight cinnamon. No blending, no nothing.
Do
And
you
this
grow?
is, I don't know if you can see it. This is bay leaf.
Oh, you put bay leaf in your chai. How interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this bay leaf is grown at Doke itself.
Oh, okay. So they're growing the bay leaves at the Doke Tea Estate.
And all are organic.
This is cloves.
Oh, so beautiful.
We can't grow clove on Doke because clove has to be from South India only.
And this is green cardamom.
My favorite.
This is really nice stuff.
Doesn't it look fresh? Yeah. You can see how fresh it looks because it's so vibrant and green.
So, yeah. Teapot papaya.
And do you source all your spices for the chai? Are they all near you and all organic?
Yes, they're all locals.
And it's all
And
locally grown.
they're all organically grown, but then we don't because all these farmers are like all very small farmers.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, so then it becomes very expensive for them to get organically certified.
Yes.
Yes.
And that's why it's so nice to have relationships with your farmers. So it's okay that they're not certified, but you know them and you have a relationship and you know that the care and understanding and the same process is there. It's just so nice. And it's I find that working with some farmers sourcing tea, a lot of the time when you have really small estates, it's far too expensive to get organically certified. And so because of that relationship and going to the farm and meeting the families, that you develop that trust and connection in knowing. So that's wonderful that you've done that with your community there to find the spices.
This is our non-milk masala chai. And this is the one with the milk. So
Yeah.
it's almost the same, but it's really different.
Yeah. And are you brewing the chai, like the tea and the spices in the milk? Like, are you heating the milk in a pot on the stove?
So we've got the milk and the tea. It's everything is being brewed in an induction pot.
Oh, okay.
And so for this,
Yes.
we've got the tea inside this,
Yes.
and the tea just sort of steeps like you would normal regular leaf tea.
Okay.
But for the CTC, you have to boil it
Yes.
along with the milk and water and sugar and just boil everything.
Are you using, what is the rock sugar called again in India? What is it called? It's like really, it comes in a rock shape and it's called, anybody in the audience, can you help me out? And it's really flavorful and it's called, what's it
Sugar
called?
cubes.
No, not sugar cubes. It's almost like, it looks like brown sugar almost.
Oh, jaggery.
Jaggery. That's it. I love it. Is that what you're using?
That's really nice stuff.
Yeah. Is that what you use when you bake it at home?
No, not so much. No.
No.
We
Okay.
usually just eat it straight.
Okay.
We just eat it straight. We don't really put it so much into tea.
No, you
And
don't.
sometimes we put a lot of cashew nuts, dry fruits, And then we put a lot of ginger in that so that it becomes very hot during the winters.
It is perfect time of year to be drinking like darker teas and chais because it's so warming for the body. It's finally getting cold here in Canada. So this is a perfect time for us to learn how to make masala chai. Thank you. I know, I wish I could teleport you here so we could all sit together and drink it.
We've got about 22 degrees centigrade.
Oh, okay. And at nighttime, like right now outside, It's 22. Okay. So it still is pretty warm at night. It's like, well, I might find that a bit cool, maybe.
It's starting to get chilly for us.
Yeah,
it's just starting.
It only started getting cold here about a week ago, and then this morning it was what, like 8 degrees? Yeah, I was like, it was too cold for me too. I was like, no, I had my sweater.
8 degrees is winter for us.
It's cold. Yeah, exactly.
We need multiple jackets and a
toque. Yes.
Cap. Yeah, we need a cap and multiple jackets and all that.
How many families? So it's your family estate, and how many people do you employ to help process the tea?
About 25.
Oh, okay. And are they young people or elderly, retired people, or sort of who helps? Is there like
just around 40 in very good health?
Yeah.
And very productive.
Not everybody's.
Generally, what happens is the younger generation, they don't like staying in these rural areas.
This is why I'm asking. Yes. Okay.
They move on to, they go to bigger cities.
Totally.
Because they believe, they get better jobs and better pay and all that stuff.
Yes.
And it's mostly the middle-aged folk, the slightly above middle-aged folks who are left back at home.
Okay.
You employ whoever's available.
No, and it's nice. And I think there's something really beautiful about that too, because if you're hand picking all your teas and you're making all your tea by hand, there's a certain care and patience and artisanship that comes with that. So maybe if you have the wisdom of more age, then you can sort of rest into that patience of picking and making. Whereas if you're young and you're like, okay, let's do it, it won't, that care maybe won't be there as much. And how many times a year do you harvest the tea? Like, do you have a spring harvest, a summer, fall, winter harvest, or what kind of is this seasonal harvesting?
We have got 4 seasons.
Okay.
We have the early the spring, then we have the rains, then we have the autumn and winters. It's almost like 10 months. 2 months we cut our bushes to take care of the top hamper, prepare them for the next year, and clean the bushes. Take away the mosses, and then the spiders and other things, so that they don't hamper the health of the bush.
No, it must take a lot of work to maintain the organic bushes as well. It's a lot more labor. But thank you for doing that labor and taking the time to make it organic. We have about 5 minutes left, and I was hoping that you might share with our audience here what you would like them to know about why you love farming and growing tea, and also what you feel is what makes your tea culture around chai and the culture of chai, and what you'd like to share with us about that.
Actually, what happened when British brought tea from China, they did not know that they will have so much of crop. because China is cold and they will not prepare their bush for crop. They will prepare their bush for the quality. But British wanted to have the crop because they had to sell it in Europe. They had to make the profit. So what happened? That we made lower quality teas, and when this was happening, we found a machine to grind wheat to make tea. There were $2 wheat grinding machine. We improvised and made very, very ordinary teas. So we converted it to milk tea to give it a taste and to suppress the bitterness of the tea.
Yes.
That's if you take the green teas of China like Lochan, or you take the teas from Lochan, those are very specific teas, and they never cared for the quality. Even the poor, they're very choosy about making the best and best and best and best. So, because we were making too much of tea, then what happened? British took it to Africa, and from Africa to so many places. And since last 10 years, all over the world now, whole of America, from the Chile to the top of Alaska, they're planting tea almost all over the Europe. They're planting tea in Germany, they're planting tea in Sweden, they're planting tea in
It's
France.
spreading.
This is fun, and they have got 10 bushes, someone has got 1 acre, and it's considered a big plantation. And most of them are what you call the educational sites. They make some teas, they sell it.
Is it true that are you growing oolong tea? No, not growing oolong, but I read that you were making oolong tea, and you're also making some white teas, and
Yep.
so that's very exciting. What inspired you to move away from the sort of black teas into more of the oolongs and white and green teas?
See, till 25 years ago, we did not know what is oolong. We didn't have any interaction with Chinese industry. We were just making 4 grades of the black tea, little bit of green, and in Darjeeling, when we made, and when it dried, it became green. Then we started calling it oolong, because some Chinese came, they said, it looks like oolong. And we also picked up oolong, and we started calling it oolong. I won't say that it is not oolong, but this is something very interesting. We have just picked up the nomenclature.
You've just picked up the.
The word, the styles.
Oh, okay. I know. I would love to try, because the quality of leaf is so wonderful, because it's big leaf tea in India, and so for oolong, it would be it's a blend between the quality of the tea master making the oolong, and then also the quality of the tea. So I would love to try one day some oolong from your estate. I think it's wonderful that you're doing that.
Maybe you can try making your own.
I have tried. I was in Korea once and tried to make some oolong. It's definitely a very labor. There's a lot of like rolling and frying and rolling and frying and a real art form to it. It's beautiful.
My sister can help you.
Perfect. Yay. I'd love that.
In India, we are making a lot of white tea, Nepal is making a lot of white tea,
I love white tea.
where people are making white tea. White tea is very, very pale liquor, and I would say, it's hardly tea.
It's
Sometimes very nice cups, but
it's very mild white tea, isn't it? I always think it tastes like marzipan, like when you ground almonds, like gulab, not like ground almonds. I feel like a nice white tea often tastes like marzipan. It's so lovely. Aw.
tea making in China, tea making in Japan, tea making in Korea, tea making in Taiwan is a set and very deep-rooted system. India, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, all this is just the beginning of some serious effort. And finally, we must improve if we have to survive. So much of tea. And today I was reading, we want to consume everything. Now we have started making factory.
You're starting to make what?
For every kilo of tea,
Yes.
we are putting 4 kilos of ingredients. So the consumption of tea is decreasing. So that's also a one-way problem. Anyway, slowly things has to set, and some garden has to perish, like the old gardens in India. They had to give way for the land, for the expanding cities. Like if you go around Taipei, they are putting a lot of tea bushes. Remember that the cable car, they are putting everything in Taiwan or Taipei outside. You go to the hills where the TRI is there.
Yeah, there's some beautiful tea farms just outside of Taipei. One of my favorite organic farmers is just outside of Taipei. And he uses peanut shells as mulch between the tea rows.
Yeah.
Which I thought, for fertilizer, I thought that was interesting.
That's unusual.
Yeah, that's what he uses. And I think it's just because a lot of peanuts are used in cooking there, and he must buy up from a processing place somewhere and then mulches with it. And so it helps keep the weeds down. And so what so Shikal, how are you helping out with the tea farm? What's your role at the Doke Tea Estate?
So Shikha had to leave because my son started crying. So Neha's here.
Oh, Nihar, Nihar, sorry.
It's okay.
Can't recognize Neha. She's just a day after.
Oh, so Nihar, this is your sister.
Yeah, that's my sister.
Ah, okay. Now it's all coming together. Sorry.
That was my wife earlier, but then she left.
Yes.
And then she came.
I know. I saw Nihar come. I saw you come, and it was interesting because I was reading on your website and trying to learn about your family and what you guys are doing and making. And I watched a couple of your videos, Nihar, and I really enjoyed. I think it's really important to see, like you do in your videos, to show the farm and also talk a little bit about what you're doing. And I found that really informative. And then when we first started our show, you weren't here. And I thought, Vivek, you said that she was in Copenhagen or something. And I know. That's why I was like,
no, that's the other sister.
Oh, okay. And so, anyways, we're all together now.
There's so many here.
We like to keep things confusing, So it's more fun that way.
It is more fun that way. Aw. Well, thank you so much for our time together. And I hope that one day I can come and visit with my family to your tea farm and we can drink some tea. And
That would be really.
I hope maybe one day you can come to Canada and come to my tea house and share tea as well.
Yep. That
And-
definitely be.
And please keep in touch. And keep
We
in
will.
touch with Jaga Silk and Jared, because he was so excited, and we were all so excited that you could be here today to share with what you're doing. And we all know that it's a lot of work to grow organic, and it takes dedication, and it takes care, and it takes a real wanting to do better for the planet and for people, and for all of us to live a long, sustainable life. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for taking the time today, and for making the tea you're making, and showing us the 2 different types of masala chai.
Just the
And-
2.
Yeah, no, it's great. And Mark, how are we doing there? Yeah. And I wish we've got our audience here. Does anybody in the audience have any questions that they'd like to ask? Well, we've got the family here. No? Okay. And we've got a handful of people here. It's really nice. The tea festival's happening, and I wish I could take you around on a little video camera. We've got probably 10 tea tables stationed outside, and there's people that are they've got like mushroom tea, like they grow oyster mushrooms and all these different sort of medicinal mushrooms that they're selling. There's a table of this beautiful Japanese couple, and they're selling the little treats that you have when you have Japanese tea ceremony. So they're there, and it's just a really nice collection of people all coming together to celebrate tea. And
That's nice.
It is.
Maybe next year we can attend.
Way, hopefully that would be so
Yeah.
good.
That would be
Do
nice.
we have your permission to upload these photos?
Of course.
Thank you. And we invite you to come to stay on Doke. And we have a lot of vendors in Canada these days.
Oh, great.
I have a desire to go to Canada during the hot months, and go and meet from Halifax
Oh, okay.
all the way to what you call Vancouver.
Oh, you're going to be in Vancouver.
Yeah, all the way. So many cities, so many places.
It is a far
Calgary,
distance.
yeah.
No.
Montreal.
Okay, that's our time, you guys, but please stay in touch, and thank you so much. And we'll see you next year at the Tea Festival.
Okay,
Yep. Bye bye.
Okay,
we wish you
bye.
all the best. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
I have a background in arts. I'm a painter and a sculptor and things like that. And I worked as a sign maker, a professional sign maker for a time. So I like repairing things and working with my hands. So immediately I thought, oh, I should figure out how to fix teapots. And everyone I knew said to learn kintsugi, but I liked the idea of doing the staple repair because there were no adhesives at all. There's no glues or anything. So I didn't have to worry about any health concerns. And that was like an issue when I was looking through adhesives, epoxies, and that sort of thing. So I found an old Chinese way. I can't pronounce the name properly in Chinese. It's like jutsu. And it's their term for the repair. Oh, I didn't bring one other piece, but they'll sometimes even put metal rims on the pots and stuff to hold them together, and the staples. So
I find it so fascinating that you find antique teapots and repair them. I think that's very
This one
inspiring.
actually, this is from late 1700s.
Whoa.
This teapot, but I didn't do
Look at
this
the patina
repair.
on that.
This repair was actually done, I'm guessing, I've looked under like magnification and it's very rough. So it's come apart over time. So I'm guessing in the past 100 years, someone did this kintsugi. And I got this as a gift from my teacher. When I was learning kintsugi, he said, here, to learn. And I was like, whoa,
Wow,
I'll just
thank
take the
you.
teapot,
Yeah,
right?
wow.
Even if I don't learn, this is amazing.
It's beautiful.
Yeah,
It's a
very
beautiful,
special.
beautiful pot.
And I use it all the time. It's not like it's precious, but I don't treat it so precious.
And it's nice to use those precious pots too.
Well, that's what
with
they're
care.
meant. They're meant to be used. It's almost like you take away their life if you just put it on a shelf and it gets dusty and dries up there.
Totally.
I
agree.
like. I also kind of weirdly care about teaware a lot, like they're animate objects.
Yeah.
So or even I work in a tea house. Sometimes they break stuff, and I'll just take it and repair it.
Here, can we show the camera that, please?
You can see that.
Can we see that, everyone? Yeah.
So that even the character on this means effort. It's one of the 6 perfections in Buddhism. So I was like, oh, cool. So because it took me effort to repair it and learn how.
So I find that interesting. So these sort of staples, they hold the cracks so tightly that it won't leak.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll give you the explanation on how you do it. So if you have a crack like this, say that line is the crack.
Yes.
You have to drill on like 30-degree angles.
Okay.
Into the material, but not right through. As you can see, it's still smooth on the inside. I didn't drill right through.
Okay.
And so with those shallow holes, you now take a staple, like this is a little metal staple, really hard to see. I don't know. It probably won't show up on camera at all, but it's a tiny staple and you bend the ends like a dove's tail.
Okay.
And so now that shape is like this.
Yes.
And you hammer that in.
Whoa.
So usually you bend one side, push it in a bit, and then you angle it to see the distance, and then bend the other side and then hammer it together.
So precise. Okay.
Yeah, so I use a tiny little hammer.
Right? Beautiful.
Yeah, and you got to be pretty careful. I have cracked things or chipped it off. In fact, the older the material, sometimes the more brittle. I was doing some Ming Dynasty cups, little cups, and
Can you tell us
broke.
when the Ming Dynasty was?
Ming Dynasty is
690?
1590s to the 1600s, something like that.
Okay, thanks.
Because I joking around, I have a one cup that when people come over for tea, I'd say, hey, look at this cup, and they look at it. I say, hey, that was from before Columbus came here. And they're like, whoa, everyone puts it down right away. Right? Which is funny to me. I'm just like, oh, don't drink out of it. That's the fun part. And that one is actually a metal rim is holding that whole cup together. It's been cracked. And someone, I don't know when in the past, had put silver on the edge to hold it together. So that one's very cool. That's why I thought I brought it. Sorry, I didn't.
Next year.
Yeah. So, and then I did all the staple repair, and the kintsugi I also started to learn as well. So I'm still learning some things about staple repair. I'm not a master or anything. There's gaps in my knowledge, let's just say.
Always learning.
Yeah, and that's the fun part about all tea stuff is that you're always learning about tea and teapots and teaware and process and everything. You know, it's like forever learning. And I'm a nerd. I think it's a lot of fun. That's like my favorite part of tea. Well, drinking tea is probably my favorite part. Can
we tell the audience today a little bit about what kintsugi is? Because I'm not sure if everybody knows.
Okay, yeah. The staple repair led into when it got to Japan. In fact, the shogun Yoshimitsu broke a very special bowl, and when it shattered, he sent it to China to have repaired. And when it came back, it was stapled back together. and he found it hideous. Was like, this isn't going to work, and made his servants find a better way. And so what they did was come up with a way to take lacquer from like the sap from a tree,
Yes.
turn that into a lacquer, which is, that goes back for thousands of years in Japan. But then they took this lacquer and made a glue out of it using probably rice flour and some other materials, and glue the object back together, then fill all the crack perfectly and sand it perfectly. Then they paint it again with that raw lacquer. And when that lacquer is tacky,
Yes.
that's when they dust it with gold or silver or whatever precious metal you like. And it highlights the scar, makes it more
Yes.
beautiful. Which I always think there's a Rumi quote, which is this: the wound is the place where the light gets in. And so they highlight the cracks and things.
The
And
imperfections,
yeah,
the beauty and imperfection.
for me, the part of tea is like the love of things that get the patina of time, that show us that they have a life, and make us accept those things in ourselves. Because a lot of it has to do with Buddhism, right? It all goes back to like these Buddhist ideals of accepting your imperfect self, right? And that's what these are, a perfect little meditation device. And when we sit down and have tea, we start to focus on the things, and it's like becomes a philosophical symbol. So it's super cool. I love the whole
I like the
deal.
way you said that too. There's so many messages within tea about that lifelong learning of one's accepting oneself for who you are and the imperfections within that, and that being the process of being human.
Mhm.
And how there's a meditation with the teaware, not only with the drinking, but also within the repairing.
Mhm.
So there's layer upon layer of this sort of personal unfolding.
Mhm. Well, it's even the Zen ideal of like seeing the aesthetic of like the poverty becomes an aesthetic, right? But not like the poverty that we're afraid of not having
Yeah.
money or anything, but the choice of doing that and not being concerned with the material world.
Totally.
And so this kind of leads to that sort of thing. Even my favorite teapot has the Heart Sutra carved onto it. And for me, that's a great joke, because it's the emptiness of the teapot that makes it function.
Yes.
And so we come from emptiness and go back into it is kind of the elevator pitch of the Heart Sutra.
Oh, okay.
And so it's that same kind of philosophical joke.
Oh, right on.
Yeah.
So what more can you tell us about your process here? And you said you'd made some notes about what you wanted to share
let me see
today?
what I actually,
Yeah.
I think most of my
'Cause-
notes are actually more philosophical than they ended up more philosophical than
Well,
about the
Well,
process.
most tea talks end up being more philosophical than not anyways, so that's perfect.
Let's see what I got here.
Do you know how to do do you mind if I touch that
Yeah,
pot?
go on.
Gosh, it's gorgeous. It's
Just if you
amazing.
pick it up, just take the lid off,
Oh,
and then you
stunning.
can look freely at it.
Oh, it's a stunning pot.
And the patina's quite
Oh, it's
yeah.
gorgeous.
I would never want to clean it.
No. Do you work sometimes like this? Is this is it
In fact, I don't. I thought I brought stuff with me,
is
but
this
maybe I didn't.
process I'm going to take it over to the camera because it is such a beautiful teapot. And can I a little further back? Can we see that?
So
Okay.
that pot's been dated roughly like 1780 to the early 1800s.
Like, it's just beautiful. And I love the care and the detail.
Under a magnifying glass, you can see that kintsugi is flaking off, and I had it come off while I'm making tea. Actually,
So there's actual it's the precious metal doesn't actually go all the way through. It's
no,
the sap.
it's just the lacquer is like the thinnest layer of just
Oh, how
imagine
interesting.
very thin red paint, and then you let that get a little tacky, and then just dust it on,
Sprinkle,
and then you take a
dust it.
little cotton ball or a silk ball
Yeah.
and just rub lightly across. You're not even touching it. You're actually just pushing the gold powder across the top.
And you were saying that is it hard to find a non-toxic epoxy basically?
That's why
Now.
to use the traditional stuff. Once Urushiol is the stuff that the lacquer. Once
Okay.
that dries, it's completely inert and it's rock solid. Like
Oh.
it's actually harder than the teapot after. So it works really, really well. So, but sometimes I'll use an epoxy for the handle or something like that. If
Okay.
it's not going to touch the tea, then I'm not as worried.
Well, see, that's the thing. Are we still working with this? Because I just think it's so special looking inside the cup there. Can you see? It's so beautiful. This is a really exquisite pot.
It's actually a flattened Julanju as well. It's actually the shape like this. This is the same shape, just a variation. This is very modern. This is a handmade modern one. And this is kind of the old handmade.
Yeah, I hadn't seen the Staples before. I must admit, like for my own aesthetic, I prefer the sort of smooth, consistent line.
I think most people, that's what they're drawn more to Kintsugi and that sort of thing. I actually prefer the Staple.
Well,
I like very rustic. Like I jokingly call it my hermit aesthetic.
Yes.
Bamboo, simple things, very little bits of jade, not like very limited. Even like a friend was doing a talk on Zen,
Yes.
and he invited me to make tea while he was doing the talk.
Yeah.
And I just took the stuff from my table at home and laid it out at the Chinese garden. And all day people were like, it's so Zen. And I was like, it's just my crap from home.
This is what we use every day.
Like,
so nice.
no, that he wasn't even trying to impress you, really.
No, that feels good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And I wonder sometimes it might be.
And it's a little punk rock, and I
It
like
is
that
totally a
too.
little bit punk.
Like bullets, like a bandolier.
And I wonder, like sometimes when it's something I hadn't seen before, so it was that difference that sort of maybe.
That might take time.
Might
Even
take
when I got
time.
into teapots, when I first saw them, I thought, oh, this is weird. Like, why
Yeah.
would you be so into that? And now I'm like, wow, something so simple I think is very beautiful.
Yeah.
But I don't like any of the ornate pots anymore.
No.
Not my interest at all. I like,
Yeah, my
Simple.
My teapot collection is quite simple.
but I'm a
as
simple
well.
man, so I like simple things.
Yeah.
That's about it.
That's a good way to roll for sure.
But like even this has copper and brass. This one, I think I did both. So there's copper and brass mixed together on this one. I thought the mixing of metals actually looks more like time, like more time has passed, like it's been done. And this is the style of my tea teacher likes this style. So
Okay.
when I learned to do this, I
That's a
wanted
nice cup.
I wanted to do a style that he would like. So when I made something for him, he would think it was cool.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
And now he does it too. Actually,
Oh,
I
really?
taught him how, or well, I just showed him, and
see,
he
the
went off and did it.
exchange.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
so nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a beautiful cup as well.
Which I found all these in a little shop in Chinatown. They were $5 each. I think I cleaned them out though. I spent a lot of money on them.
Yeah, it's fun. I lived in England for 10 years, and I would go to the antique shops and find not traditional, like the original English teacups without the handles, and collected those for
Oh, that's cool.
for many years.
That's actually, this one is by Daniel. He gave that to my wife for I think a birthday gift. So.
Oh,
And I brought it like as an example to show like people have different styles too. Like when I do it, I like it to look more like a drip of metal, but Daniel likes it to look like the buttons on a Chinese shirt.
it does look like a
Yeah,
buttons on
so-
a Chinese shirt now. And so this has got a crack
Yep.
in it. Now, was it just like a hairline crack? And so you then put these in so that it doesn't break.
Correct.
That's
Correct.
okay.
No, but I can actually take something that's broken in half and put it back together.
Put it back
as well,
together. And is there any adhesive?
yeah. None whatsoever.
And so
The tea will actually fill the gap as the patina builds. Inside the crack will help seal it. Like this,
Got it.
in fact, this one, when I first did it, it would leak from here, just where the crack was.
Yeah.
But now doesn't leak at all.
Now it
just
doesn't
works
leak. Oh,
fine.
how
Yeah.
fascinating.
Which I knew, and when I did it, that's what would happen. So it wasn't really that big of a deal. Whereas these ones were fine, but I think I tied this one a little tighter because I'll either tie it with a string or I squeeze it very tight with my hand when I drill the holes to make sure everything is lined up, and then squeeze it again when I hammer it in. So when I release, it will hold. Yeah, in fact, a lot of this, when I was first doing it, was there was a lot of fear because you hear, you can hear the crunching of things go
and you're
together.
hitting a hammer on
Well,
ceramic.
the hammer is, you don't hit directly.
Okay.
You actually kind of glance off,
Oh, okay.
right? Because if you do hit directly, the pressure goes right into
I was
the
going to
ceramics.
say, yeah.
So
it's
it can be a little
especially
rough.
with these antique
But and everything's so
pieces.
tiny. Like that's the scissors I use to cut everything.
Oh,
Everything's cute, and tea stuff is like spy stuff. The smaller and sexier it is.
Totally. Here, let's see if we can
It's
show our audience some of these. Do you mind if I take them
nuts?
out?
Yeah, go nuts. I think there's one even bent in there.
Okay,
So
here,
we
let's
can
see.
show an example of a bent and unbent.
Yeah,
one.
because I've never seen this kind before.
So, and I actually make my own staples as well. These ones were purchased from Taobao, but I take strips of silver
Yes.
and I cut that and make my own. At my table today, if you come by later, you can see ones that I've made myself as well. I didn't bring everything down here, just the tiny table. So, in fact, here for you guys, I can hand that around so you can take a look. Try not to drop it, everyone.
Yeah.
I was just going to make the joke. I was just going to make the joke. You're good. You're allowed to stay.
So I was also reading a little, a bit in your bio that you specialize in antique teas.
That's what I really like. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I studied with Daniel, and that's Daniel's expertise.
'Cause
So
with
I
the
kind of,
Claire,
yeah,
yes,
I learned
okay.
from that. And even at my job, that's kind of what they hired me for as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, that and the only Westerner, so
Okay.
I kind of help with more English speakers, Westerners who come into
Who
the
come
shop
into the
because a
shop.
lot of our customers are actually Chinese.
Oh, for sure.
Westerners don't know much about pu'er
Yeah.
and gong fu cha and all that kind of thing. But when they do, they really think it's cool.
Yeah, no, that's it.
Like me.
Yeah, and so what can you sort of tell us about? Do you have some oolongs that you've liked to age? Like, for example,
I age everything, and I have like examples of many teas. I have a green tea from 1920
really
from Japan. Yeah.
How did you keep it?
A friend of mine bought a big antique box,
Yeah,
and it was filled with green tea.
and
It's still in its package.
and it didn't lose its flavor?
I haven't tried that one yet. I just packed it away because I was like, whoa, I don't know. I'll just put it away. But the older green teas that I've had from, I think the oldest one is from like mid 60s.
Okay,
And it actually tastes more like a younger pu'er.
interesting.
Because that's kind
Yeah,
of what pu'er is before it ages, right?
totally. And I always thought that it was the fermentation process that allowed it to age, and that what sort of saved it, because I've always found with my green teas or lightly roasted oolongs that they
Depends on how you store.
degrade.
I store aged oolong. I store in pewter jars,
Okay.
completely airtight,
Yes.
so that the oolong often goes bad because of moisture and air.
Totally.
So if you can avoid both of those things, then you can age this stuff. Like I have 1983 Taiwan oolong.
Yeah, but I always, and I'm just asking because I'm so curious. Is because I know I have a bunch of over 70% oxidized oolongs
Mhm.
that I have aged,
Mhm.
but I've never been able to age like a lightly roasted oolong or a green tea.
It'd be
but-
more difficult, but
and-
airtight.
Oh, totally airtight in the dark. I've got I've got these beautiful ceramics that I wax.
They're not going to
and-
taste like they may have aged fine, but you might not be like the taste.
Oh, see, because I find
Because
that
that's part of it. Like even why I've given some people aged pu'er, and they're like, oh, I don't like this, but they really enjoy young pu'er.
yeah, see,
But they don't
see with the
go the next
oh, it's
level.
so interesting because with the darker roasted, I like it gets a little bit more raisiny,
Mm-hmm.
and I can see and taste the enhancement of flavor.
Mhm.
Where with the lighter roasted ones,
They kind of become sour.
I just find they become flat. So I'd be so curious.
You could
to
roast. You
come-
could even try roasting.
Well,
it
see, this
too.
is what one of my tea masters in Taiwan does: is he refires it. He'll
Yeah,
give it
yeah.
another refiring
Yeah.
to sort of
Well, that's
give
even
it more
it's
life
even pulling more
again.
moisture out
Well,
of it.
see, this is
Yeah,
it.
so you can store
And
them
so
longer. That's why
I-
often you'll see a roasted oolong. They'll re-roast like every 3 or 5 years,
Oh, okay.
kind of thing. It's very common.
Yeah.
But the more you roasted it, I don't think is that good. So I
Yeah.
prefer at least roasted. Like I even have 70s Danchong oolong, like strip oolong.
Okay. Yeah.
That ages very well though, because again,
okay.
if it's roasted, it's going to age much.
Well,
much
this
better.
is
Yeah,
what I
yeah,
mean. Like
yeah.
I've only ever had the
The
roasted.
greener ones aren't going to the flavor just might not be a profile you're interested in. Like I have some from the 80s that's very green and comes out very sour.
Cool.
But I enjoy it. I actually think it was a good time.
I've never.
And that I actually got. I found a jar on eBay from the island here. Someone was selling. And I said, "Oh, that's a cool jar. Is there anything in it?" And they said, "Yeah, it's full of tea, but I can dump that." And I was like, "No. I'll take the whole thing."
Yeah.
And it came, and I tried the tea, and was like, "Oh, it's not really that good, but whatever." So I actually just moved it out of that jar into other jars.
Okay.
And I've been aging it in different ways to see what would happen. Yeah.
Cool.
It's still kind of sour, but how would I put it? It's the experience of the tea is just as interesting.
Oh,
Do you know,
okay,
like
yeah.
it doesn't even matter if it tastes bad because I get to learn something from it.
That's a nice
Like
way to look at it. Yeah.
even I went to a friend's house and he had a pu'er and he was like, "This is the worst pu'er I've ever had." And I said, "Oh, cool. Can I make some?" And he was like, "Why?" And I was like, "Because I gotta know."
Yeah.
And I made it. And what I think is that was made and repressed into a cake and sold to him.
Oh.
Yeah, because it didn't brew right. It floated weird in the water. There was a whole bunch of stuff that I was just like, "Hey, man, this is wrong."
Oh, so you thought it was like a Mao Cha, and then they.
Well, that they maybe it was a cake and they broke off somehow and repressed after it was used. I'm not sure. This is my guess.
After it was
used.
Yeah.
It's happened. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
A restaurant kind of sometimes do
really?
that. I've heard. Yeah, I've never actually been to a restaurant where I was like, "Hey, wait a second.
Wait, this has been brewed before."
Yeah.
Oh, how fascinating! I would love to learn more about
because
aging
pu'er
teas.
is a funny thing. There's counterfeits, right?
Oh, for sure.
You literally could just put the wrapper on another tea, and that's why an expert is needed.
Definitely.
Because I can taste the tea and say, "No, this is from this year, or whatever."
Yeah.
Right? Like if they say, "Oh, this is from the '80s," and I say, "This is not."
Yeah.
You know, like that's the you gotta have that kind of knowledge
Definitely.
to do it.
Yeah, I'm really learning about pu'er. I definitely don't know a lot about pu'er.
To me that's the whole tea like that.
Yeah.
I like other teas, oolongs and green teas and everything. I don't drink much honcha, not much black tea, very very much. But pu'er is my jam.
Right on. Yeah.
Mostly sheng pu'er. Shou pu'er I'll drink if it's aged.
Yeah.
I like it if it's, it was like 20 years old.
Okay.
I find it, but my wife really loves shou pu'er, so I
like
make
shou
it for
pu'er
her.
too. Yeah.
So I have 80s
like
and 90s stuff I keep. So she asks, I make that.
That's nice tea. You've been able to acquire there.
Yeah. Go see Daniel.
Yeah, I should. I know.
He's the man. If you want at a very good price, because that's the most people's problem with aged tea is like wine or cigars, right? It's the price. It becomes very expensive. It is a luxury item.
Oh, it definitely
is. And in fact,
is.
Van Chaw, where I work, is considered a luxury tea house because it's a fancy pants. You can even wear hand food when you're there. They have hand food you can wear and make your tea.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I'm going to definitely come check it out.
I like it. Like even I wear Chinese clothes sometimes there, or I wear a 3-piece suit because I think it looks cool.
Yeah, no, it's nice that.
Today I dressed down.
Yeah, good. Well, it's like you said, you like to keep it
simple.
Keep it simple.
Yeah. That's my art teacher always had the rule: KISS. Keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I think about that a lot.
So what got you into tea? What was your
it was actually Daniel. Well, I studied Buddhism as a teenager, and I would drink a lot of Japanese green teas while I read. Feeling like I'm a scholar or I'm a cool guy.
Yeah.
And I ran out of green tea when I had moved from Victoria to Vancouver, and I ran out and I found there was a tea shop, and we were going to the Chinese garden.
Yes.
It was my birthday too, so that's why she was like, my wife was like, "What do you want to do?" And I said, "Oh, let's go to the Chinese garden. I love that stuff."
Yeah.
So we went down, and there's a tea shop just across the street.
Totally.
So that's where I went, and I said, "Hey, you got green tea?" And he looked at me and said, "Oh, I won." And I looked in this tea shop filled with tea and discs and squares and twos and just craziness, you know, and was like, "Well, what's this other stuff?" I said, and he looked at me and said, "Sit down." And that was it. Like literally, that was it. I walked out with cups and a pot and tea, every day since then I've made tea. So
it's a beautiful daily practice.
Yeah. It's a fun addiction.
It is a fun addiction. Yeah, I love it very much. What else can you tell us about Kintsugi?
Oh, I don't even know where to begin. I told you the history of Yoshimitsu finding it. The Staple Repair, I don't know how old it is. I have found in a painting from the Song Dynasty a picture of a little tinker in the background drilling a bowl.
Okay.
So I know that for 1,000 years they've been doing it, and I assume it's much older than that. I actually learned by finding stuff printed in the West from the 1700s and 1800s. That little pamphlets for tinkerers. A tinkerer is like a silversmith or a brassmith who would like hammer bowls or whatever they go through towns and sharpen people's knives and fix their old teaware or earthenware or anything like that. Usually they were silversmiths in the West. And so I found that stuff, except they drilled right through and they would wire the things together.
Oh, okay.
And which I've actually seen. My mom has stuff like that in her collection, which is funny because I didn't know anything about this stuff. And then after I was learning, I was like, I got to go through my mom's stuff, man.
Oh, really?
But that was not what I wanted to learn, but it was enough for me to reverse engineer some of the ideas. And so I was able to start. And then I found some videos on YouTube, all in Chinese, and watched the heck out of those and eyed everything the guy was doing. And then from there, move forward. Like, I did. At my table, I have some other cups of my early ones. My early ones, I use a larger drill bit, so the holes are pretty big. It's more not so nice. I still use it. I really like the look. I don't care so much, but for a more professional, I use like very tiny diamond drill bits. And
what a beautiful art form to get.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's not if you're patient, I would say try it. But if you're not patient, don't bother. Because it's like everything, you drop one of these staples, and if you have carpet or something, you got to just go bend another one because you're not going to find it. And then a week later, I've been like, there you go, and I have like a little cup that's just filled with staples that I throw. If I find them around the house, I throw them back in that cup.
Yeah, I just love it. I have a beautiful old teacup at home that I found in an antique shop in England, and it's a Chinese teacup, and I think it would probably be from the 19th, 18th century. And a friend of mine came over to visit, and she has a partner who's a bit of a bull in a china shop, and he
good to have him over in a teapot.
I know, and so we're in the living room, and I like to use my teaware. I don't keep anything precious. We just use it all the time. And so we're drinking tea because like you drink tea every morning, and I had been serving them in these beautiful matching cups. And I went to have a shower, and I came back, and my husband's just like, and I'm like, Matt, what happened? And he's like, oh, Jen, and because he thought I would get really upset, and I walked into the kitchen, and my girlfriend's husband was just like standing there next to the broken teacup. It like broken into 3 pieces, quite easy to put back together. Nothing was missing. And he just was like, what are you doing having this kind of teacup for letting me drink out of it? And they were from Nelson, and they had a friend who did Kintsugi, and he fixed it for me for a 6-pack of beer.
That's a good price.
I was so excited. Really good price. Yeah, so he
I would charge you a bit more.
He with a silver finish, and and it was it's really lovely. And I find that when I hold the 2 cups, the energy is a little bit different, because the one that's not broken has this sort of like a very clean sort of, you can feel it's a porcelain cup. You can feel that it's all together. And then the other cup, there's like, it feels more grounded and a little bit more dense. And I'm not, if we're getting philosophical about the teacups here and the work, I wonder if energetically there is something that happens with the tea where when it breaks and gets repaired, sort of like the spirit sometimes can get broken and be repaired, and that the added strength that comes through that and the groundedness. I think it's
like character. You're like a person with character. You don't like a friend who's 2-dimensional. You want them to have life experiences and all those things too. And the teapots or teacups get more character when they're like I've repaired this same teapot, from this same batch, I've repaired 3.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And they're all different. They all feel different, but I know that they're from the same batch. I can buy the mark on the bottom and how they've actually been put together.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah. And like handles put together, and they all have a different character. But this one I like the most.
It's nice. I've got
the other one. Actually, I repaired the handle, and I went away with my boss. We went to the mountains together, and we were having tea. And I had that pot, and she said, "Oh, that's very nice." And I said, "Oh, you want it?" She said, how much? I was like, I don't know. For you, $300, which
Yeah.
is less than what the pot would be if you bought it because
Yeah,
it's
for sure.
handmade. And she was just like, there you go.
Thank
and I was
you.
like, oh, I should have said
Is it
more.
more?
But, and that one was kintsugi. I used gold repair on the handle for that. So it has
Nice.
just like right here would be 2 little lines of
So
gold.
where, for our audience here today, where would you, if they wanted to learn more about kintsugi and
Well, kintsugi is pretty easy to find a lot of stuff on the internet
Okay.
and that sort of thing. For the staple repair, it's a little more difficult. You
Okay.
can find some stuff on YouTube. There's actually a guy just posted one in the past 2 months that's really good, and I was
Okay.
kind of mad because I could have used this 2 years
There you
ago.
go, yeah.
And I just found it very funny. And he explains it very, very well with everything. He even explains how to cut the staples, which is very useful.
Okay.
Like I don't have diagrams. I could have drawn little diagrams and
this
everything
is
for
great.
you, but
No, this is great.
yeah.
Let's ask the audience. Does anybody have any questions for Michael? Oh, yes.
You mentioned
Mhm. It's actually it's the same stuff that is the red, but it's the raw material, and you mix it with a type what's called tomoko powder. It's like a kind of like a clay powder, and you mix that and use that to glue together, and it takes about 7 days to dry or a month.
Oh, whoa.
It's kintsugi takes like on average 3 months for anything, because you have to put things together, fill, sand, repaint, sand.
Wow.
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. There isn't really anything I can recommend that's like an epoxy or anything. Sometimes I use JB Weld, which is used in kitchens and all kinds of stuff around North America. I don't think it's FDA approved, but it's approved by some other council. I can't remember. So I'll use that if it's not going to touch the tea. I don't have much of a worry. But if it's touching the tea, it is a BPA. So
Yeah.
you can decide for yourself on that. But it does become completely inert. And they do say you could eat it if you wanted to, but they don't recommend that.
Yeah.
Because it is inert, like just so you could try it. I actually just ordered some new stuff, which I can't remember the name right now, but I haven't tested it anyway, so I can't recommend it. But it's like a weird putty that dries very hard. I think it's called Milliput or something like that. So that's the next thing I'm going to try, because I'm always looking for something faster. Because kintsugi it's way too long. It's just like a lot of the time I do something and put it away, and then you're like, okay, when do I get to do it again? Because you want to get that piece out. So I work on like a few pieces at a time because of that. But yeah, right now I actually have to even get new kintsugi material because of COVID. I wasn't able to get anything from Japan for a while. So it expires. So it's not the best stuff to just have kicking around. And I tried for the show. I tried to get 2 things finished. And because the stuff was expired, it didn't hold the metal very well. One looks pretty cool anyway. The other one I didn't even bring.
Well, whoosh, our time is almost up.
Excellent.
But I wanted. Oh, yeah. Is there anything you'd like to share with the audience? Maybe how they can get a hold of you?
Yeah, if you want to
they
ask me any
want?
questions or anything like that, I'm on Instagram as Puar to the People, Puerh to the People. I'm not really doing anything for anyone else at the moment, but in about 6 months, I should be open to customers. But it ain't going to be cheap. Because it does take me a lot of
It
time,
sounds
and you got to pay for all the time it took me to learn and blah, blah, blah. You know how stuff works.
And
I'm like a teapot mechanic.
And where can we find you at your tea shop
In Vancha.
in Vancha.
Yeah. There's one on Hornby in Vancouver and one in West Van on Marine and 14th. So you can try that. And if you come by my table, I got some cards with me, but I only have a few. So if you want it, I'll give you a card. And there's some free tea stuck to the card.
Thank you, Michael, for
You're
coming. I've learned a lot.
Thank you.
And
It was my pleasure.
I really enjoy learning more about tea. And
Anytime.
I'm super excited to try some aged green teas.
I want to check out your tea house.
Yeah, come anytime. I'd love it. Please, you guys are welcome. And I'd love to pour tea for you and drink tea and chat and talk.
I'll bring old stuff.
Oh, I'd love that. That's like my idea of a good time.
Mine too. It's a party.
I'd like to remind everybody that today and everything that's being offered today is a nonprofit society. So if we could, if you have the ability to make a donation to the International Tea Appreciation Society, it would be greatly appreciated. And you can find out where to donate on our website. And it's the teaappreciationsociety.ca. And let me double check that. Oh, Tea Revival. It's where? It's on your screen. Yeah. Thanks, Mark. So it's on the screen. And I just also want to thank everybody in the audience for coming and being a part of this, because tea family around the world is really from the heart. And it always feels good to have people come and share. And especially, I love that
Thanks.
when people find a focus like you have, just the auspicious nature of, babe, let's go to the Dr. Sun Yat-sen Gardens, and oh, look at this tea house. And then it just totally is this catalyst for your life. And now
Tea
you're
of all
sharing.
stuff it touches. Yeah.
So thank you for
Thank you. It was
sharing
my
your
pleasure.
wisdom and your time.
Thanks, everybody.
And I look forward to drinking tea with you. Thanks. We'll be back in 10. Thank you, everyone. You make it come. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the International Tea Appreciation Society's Victoria Tea Festival Revival 2022. We're really happy that we've got such a beautiful full studio audience today, right now, for our special presentation. I was wanting to really share that we're a nonprofit society. And so your donations make a really important difference, and all proceeds go towards tea education, empowering the work of the International Tea Association. We have flown in farmers from origin to speak at our symposium, invested in equipment and software to stream our symposium, and to do our utmost to build community and accessibility in the tea world. So if you can, please donate. So far, we've been having such a wonderful day today. I've learned so much already in our 2 talks. We started off with the Doke Tea Estate and their beautiful family who've been growing organic teas, handmade, which is an art form that is very precious and important to keep moving forward. And then we heard from Michael Macdonald, and he really enlightened us on kintsugi and showed us his way of repairing antique teapots and cups. And now I'm so excited. We are going to have the very special presentation by Ayoko-san and Tomoko-san and Miyu-san, and they are going to share today a traditional Japanese tea ceremony. And it's called Chado, and that means the way of tea. And Chado is a beautiful art form that the Japanese people evolved over hundreds of years. And it is not just a form of drinking tea, but it's also a spiritual practice and a way of being and a way of life. And I would love to let Ayoko-san talk to you and share, as she is a specialist in this art form. So I'm just going to check to see if the ladies are ready. Oh, great. And so we're going to be drinking some lovely matcha here. And I can just sort of talk a little bit. I know I'm Jennifer. I'm tea mistress. I specialize in Gong Fu tea ceremony. I have a tea school on Salt Spring Island, and I've been working with mostly oolongs and green teas for almost 22 years now. When I lived in Taiwan and was wonderfully bestowed with some tea knowledge from my aficionado family there. And so if you're ever on Salt Spring, please do send me an email and come and drink tea with me, because I love meeting tea family from all over the world. And I think it's just really special that this simple leaf can bring so many people together. So, we're ready. Okay. I will hand over now. Welcome. So maybe we could start with a brief introduction about Japanese tea ceremony, and introduce yourselves to our audience.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming to see our tea ceremony performance. We belong to the school called Urasenke Tea Society from Japan. There are quite a few different types of schools originated from around 17th century. So since then, we've been practicing tea ceremony in slightly sometimes different styles. Our school is called Urasenke, and our schools are almost every country in the world. So you might come across Urasenke in different country, different area. We are called Victoria Urasenke Tea Society. That we are a very small group of people because this is not big city, but we've been doing for probably 15 years or so. We have our teacher who has been doing here in Victoria since then. She happens to be in Japan right now. So today, 3 of us, the students, we are going to present our tea ceremony. So I could talk about on and on about what tea ceremony but I have to make it very short. So in brief, the principle of tea ceremony, there are 4 principles, very important principles. Harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility. So we keep these principles and practice tea ceremony to learn how to make a tasty tea, as well as how to think about others. That's most important thing. So the grandmaster of this society in Japan, he often uses his phrase saying, peacefulness through a bowl of tea. He surely hopes to spread the peacefulness by making a simple bowl of tea in the world. And this is what we try to do. So usually, even if you have some problems outside of the tea room, we don't bring it into the tea room. At this moment, we enjoy this particular moment. We feel so grateful to have this moment in the tea room. So today, I like to enjoy this moment, happen to be with all these people today. So today, on my left side, Miyuki-san is Jaga Silk Tea Company's owner. And also Ayako-san, who is an instructor of tea ceremony. And she's going to do what we call otemae, which is one of over 100 different styles. So this is not the only one you're going to see if you happen to have an occasion to see tea ceremony. This is a pretty simple one, only one of hundreds of different styles. And today I will use English time to time to translate, only if it's necessary. Means, like I said about those 4 principles, I like you to feel the atmosphere, and I like you to feel the moment that we are sharing today, only for about 15 minutes. But so we will take questions and concerns later. But this moment, let's forget about all the questions and concerns, and please enjoy the beautiful moment. Thank you. After purified everything, every utensils, now she said, please have some sweets before the tea is ready. First, she said to the lady on her left, saying that, excuse me to have a bowl of tea before you. And then she said appreciation for the tea to the person who made.
にさせていただきます。
She got the permission to start cleaning up now. This type of tea style, sometimes the host, what we call host, she could make more bowls of tea if the guests wished. Thank you very much for watching this performance, and hopefully you had some interesting experience today. So now the theme of today is, I guess I'll leave it to the host, right?
Arigato.
Okay.
It was so beautiful, and something that I find that I really appreciate about Chao and Japanese tea ceremony is the deep sense of reverence and spirit that comes through drinking tea. And even in the studio space, in a classroom, in the middle of a tea festival, you manage to cast a spell of beauty and stillness and reverence and peace. So, arigato. Thank you. I was curious if anyone in the audience had any questions. If anyone had any reflections on maybe something that they saw or felt, or any curiosities about, for example, the turning of the bowl. And a friend who practices Chao Do showed me that he said that it was a representation of your heart, and you're whisking sort of prayers or peace into the matcha, and as you pass the bowl and turn it, you're opening your heart or turning your heart. Is that a good interpretation?
I'm sure there are many interpretations. I'm sure that's one of them. And the common one is often the tea bowl has a front that has more pictures or something more significant. So the host, when she made a tea, she gave the tea bowl to the guest, showing the front. But the guest now, before she drinks it out of the tea bowl, to show her humbleness, she turns the bowl away so that the front is not showing to the guest anymore.
Oh, it's on the side. Thank you.
So it's all about get rid of your ego and then show respect and go back to those 4 principles. So all the practice in the tea room, sometimes very small room, smaller than this room, the practice is all about how to adapt, showing the respect and kindness through making a bowl of tea. But at the same time, you can also find more like a peacefulness, because you have to be very, very mindful by doing right things at the right time, which is very complicated, but you can concentrate on every movement at every time.
Could you tell us a little bit more about the purification with the red cloth?
Yes, often this is a typical ladies' size, and then there are bigger men's size. It comes in different color. This silk, well, I don't know, handkerchief like. This is to purify utensils and everything. So this is very important for us to show that we do spend extra time to purify everything in front of the guest. Not that our bowls and utensils are not washed, but everything is already clean. But this gesture is to show that we care about the guest.
Arigato. And with the sweet, which we started with, oishi, so good.
Pumpkin. It's like very seasonal.
Yeah, very seasonal. And I maybe you can elaborate on the season. Does the tea ceremony change with season, and do you use different bowls, or are there different sweets, or are there different kimono that you maybe would wear for the different seasons of the year?
Yeah, I say like that's exactly what you said.
Okay.
Right. If I add a little bit more, the tea for the tea ceremony, most important part is the scroll. Scroll is the theme of that day's tea gathering. There are many different styles, size, sometimes with picture, sometimes only calligraphy. often we use the calligraphy done by the Zen Buddhist because it's not just a fancy writing, but there is a true meaning from the Zen Buddhist, trained Zen Buddhist. And today's we use a very typical one, ichigo ichie, means one gathering, one meat only. That is typical Zen saying that we happen to be here together at this moment doesn't happen again. So even if same people are called again to have another meeting, this moment is only now. So we can concentrate on this moment and we appreciate that we happen to be together. So talking about seasonal things, sometimes we use the seasonal calligraphy to show the season of, like now it's autumn, so we sometimes use autumn theme as well as flowers. Flowers also are important for us. Not fancy flowers, not the exotic flowers, but something that in the garden right now. So can be rustic like this, but it's okay. Rather than the beautiful flowers from southern countries. This is what we have now, so we enjoy what we have. And then the sweets, yes, sweets have also season themes and kimono too, but I could go on and on and on. But this is how much the host who hosts the tea ceremony spends time, effort, and care to prepare everything to show the guest about the season, about the theme, and a condition. For instance, tea has to be very fresh. Water has to be adequately hot, and sweets too. Not just any sweets, but think about what the guest would like and what would be nice to show the hospitality. So it's all about hospitality in very complicated levels.
And I think that's a really beautiful part about it is that it's a practice in peace and kindness, and you can practice and be always learning for 100 years.
Yes,
and
400 years.
Yeah, 400 years. This is all the time we have for today, but arigato, thank you. That was so
Thank you very
beautiful.
much.
I'm so grateful that you were able to come today and share.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. How incredibly enchanting was that? I felt how special, hey? That was really wonderful. And you don't get to experience Japanese tea ceremony every day. So thank you all for being here and for taking the time and coming out to support the Victoria Tea Festival Revival. And make sure that you go outside and check out all the different tea samplings. And here for our audience online, thank you for joining all around the world. We really appreciate you being here. We're one big tea family. And we're very grateful. We're going to be back in about 15 minutes, 10 minutes. And I look forward to seeing you then. Okay, thank you so much.
I'm from Japan, yes.
Yeah. Welcome to the Victoria Tea Festival Revival 2022. It's been a success. I just walked up to get some food, and there's probably 100 people out there trying tea, talking tea. It's a really special time. I would just like to say that all of this comes from donations because we're a nonprofit society, the International Tea Appreciation Society. You can see on the screen our website, or it'll pop up later as we're talking. And any donations are very helpful. And thank you for coming. Next, we've got Greg Demmons, who is a Korean tea meditation instructor. And we are going to have a beautiful performance today and talk. He's going to talk about his experience in Korea and share some of his wisdom with us. I'm going to let him go into greater detail and sit back and enjoy this time together. So thanks so much, Greg.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Oh, I hope I'm not too loud. I'm used to being a teacher and yelling at people. So not in this, but in school. I actually would like to thank everybody for being here and showing an interest in tea. The last time that I spoke publicly about tea was actually the last year that the original tea festival was held. And I appeared in all of my full regalia at that time. Today is a little bit more casual. I'll be specifically talking about meditation tea. But I came by tea quite by accident. I'm actually from the East Coast, from Newfoundland, where tea is king. But in 2003, my wife and I went to Korea to teach English. And anybody who's been to Korea, or anybody who's from Korea, or who's going to Korea should know, Korea is a very fast-paced society. They have an expression that you hear almost everywhere you go, bari bari bari, right? Which means hurry, faster. And for me, I was a little bit overwhelmed.
You're welcome to go on in. There's a tea talk going on.
I just come from.
You're welcome to go in.
From living in a monastery in eastern Canada and Nova Scotia, and then transported into the middle of probably one of the fastest, craziest societies on the planet. So we were looking for a place to meditate, and we happened to go to we were in a little place called Icheon in Gyeonggi-do, which is about 60, 70 minutes south of Seoul. It's a very well-known area of Korea, known for its quality of rice and also for ceramics. The International Biennale is held there every 2 years. And so it's a very culturally interesting place. So we traveled up this mountain and we found this little hermitage called Yongwaram. And we did our meditation, and we were really lucky because the Juji Sinim, the head monk there, was pretty good at English. So we had just arrived, so we didn't speak much Korean at all. And after we meditated, he invited us for tea, and he said, "There's someone very special here making tea." So my apologies, I get a little bit emotional sometimes talking about my tea teacher, but we sat down, and for the first time since I've been in Korea, we had this 10 or 15 minutes of just absolute peace. And it was pretty cool. And so I realized at that time that if I was going to kind of be in Korea, that I'd like to experience something other than just the bari-bari speediness of Korea. And so I spent some time trying to get this lady to teach me tea, but she didn't speak any Korean, or she didn't speak any English, and I didn't speak any Korean. So she was kind of very trepidatious about engaging, but I was pretty adamant about it. And eventually she took me on as a student, and she taught me privately away from her other students, I think, for various reasons. And my teacher, Kim Kyung-wi, also is known as Choi Mok, so her tea name is Choi Mok. My tea name is Sam So-hyun. which to Koreans is a little bit humorous because Sohyun is usually a female name. But it's a tea name. It was given to me in Chinese tea characters, and this was the closest that you could get to it. So when I teach meditation tea here, I teach in her name with her permission. And that's why the Cho Inmok is attached to when you see my little biography or whatever on there. So, so a little bit about Korean tea. For anyone who knows Korea, Korea kind of has the expression "the land of the morning calm," but it's really a society that's based on propriety. And the tea ceremony is no different. Korea has a very, very long history with tea. In 46 AD, an Indian princess from India traveled to the southern area of Korea during the Gaya period, which was kind of the one of the most influential parts of Korean history. And so tea became a very important thing very quickly after this Indian princess. She actually hid tea seeds in her hair because it was illegal for you to transport tea at that time, except officially. And so she snuck tea into Korea, and that's how Korea began its tradition, its tea culture. And there's still at a temple in Korea a tea tree that is reputed to be the same tea tree that was planted that first time a couple of thousand years ago. So there is a very deep cultural connection to tea. In Korea, they have several tea ceremonies. I think when you were listening to the Watasenke folks, there are little variations as well. Each tea master in Korea teaches their kind of tea ceremony, and then after you finish your tea journey, I guess is a better way to describe it, then you're encouraged as well to make it your own ceremony as well. I'm trained in several different ceremonies. My background in meditation, in Tibetan Buddhism, kind of links me more to the meditation ceremony than anything else. And so that's what I wanted to present to you today. It's not always a solitary ceremony. We do it quite often at home, but it is primarily something that you can do for yourself, and being with tea in the moment is, in my personal experience, one of the best ways, I think, to come into the present moment. And there's really, like, I want to explain, when you watch me, it can seem a little bit uninteresting because it's usually very slow. Typically, if I was to do a formal meditation ceremony on my own, it would take me somewhere between 45 minutes and an hour. Obviously, I'm not going to subject you to that today. But what you'll see me do is you'll see me prepare the bowls, warming them up at the beginning. There's a lot of 3 repetitions that you'll see. Those are typically associated with the Buddhist aspect of the ceremony, and representing the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. And so after I'm finished, I'm going to do this a little bit faster than I normally would. After I'm finished, then if you have any questions, please don't hesitate. I'm sitting on the floor, so I'm not sure if it's going to be okay if some people stand up if you want to see. Should be good. So with that, I'll just do the ceremony. Thank you. Typically as well, there's music that is associated with most Korean tea ceremonies, particularly the danzo, which is kind of like a flute. And I would usually play it, but today we're going to do it a little bit silent. And I do have, typically when I'm out, I always carry a picture of my tea teacher and I with me. So it's just kind of sitting there. So, and she's actually supposed to be watching today from Korea. So, 선생님, 오랜만이에요. So, 반갑습니다. There. So that was the abbreviated kind of ceremony. And when I'm just going to kind of show you. So we always start out with everything together. They come apart, then together again. This is just a kind of a reminder of the cycle. And I think that all tea ceremonies have some part of them that recognize the cycle. In general, we refer to life, but I think that everything is a circle. And we like to bring everything just back to this place. So, yeah, I'm not sure about the time. So, okay, so there's lots of time left. Did you have any questions? Yes.
I have 3 questions.
Sure. That's appropriate. 3.
First of all, if you had been playing your flute, at what point would you have played it?
So I would usually I would play it on in the background. And it would typically, so when I do it at home, probably my wife knows when I'm going to do tea because she can hear Korean danso playing. And so that's kind of, I start the music prior to doing anything usually. There's a particular artist, Lee Sang-gang, whose music just is so beautiful, a tea ceremony. But we play it right from the start, right to the beginning, and then typically, if I'm really good, you can see the movements work with the kind of the pulse of the music as well.
Also, I was curious because my own background in Buddhism is in the Sakya lineage of Vajrayana Buddhism, and a lot of the pujas have an aspect of offering and making offerings. I was wondering if that is an aspect of what you were doing in this ceremony.
So, when you see me drink the bowl from the bowl, the first bowl we're not really. This is going to sound weird. We're not really tasting the tea. We're focused on the first thing is the sight, right? So you see the tea, right? When you look into the bowl as you're bringing it up, so you just focus on the tea and how it looks, the beautiful green. As you may have noticed, I whisk the bowl much longer than you would in the Japanese ceremony. We use the same powdered tea, right? And actually a lot of Korean tea masters also use Japanese tea because Japanese just does a beautiful job of that. But, sorry, I just lost my train of thought. I'm a little nervous. Yeah.
It was about whether there's an aspect of making offerings.
Yeah, so whenever you're doing tea ceremony, it's always an offering. The first principle of meditation is to take care of yourself so that you can take care of others. And so typically with my tea master, she would always make a bowl of tea first for herself, which seems kind of counterintuitive, but it was just a way of her making sure that she was kind of in the groove, I guess you'd say. And so she, she would just, and the way that I was treated as a student, there were some rough days, but in general, with my tea master, she did everything for me. It was just, I was weighted on hand and foot when I was in classes with her. And that was her way of showing that just the act of making the tea is generosity. And that when you are making tea, it's always an expression of generosity, whether it's generosity to others or whether it's generosity to yourself.
My third question was about the practice of having a tea name separate from your regular name that you use in daily life. Could you explain about that a little bit?
I can explain maybe a little. I went through the process when I was there. We had intended to stay in Korea for a year. Near the end of my first year of being taught tea, my tea master asked me if I'd be interested in becoming a tea teacher. And so I was foolishly blissed out and said yes. And so I spent a few days trying to figure out how I was going to tell my partner that I really would want to stay in Korea for another year or 2 or 3 or 4. And so some of the things that were happening, I didn't really understand until many, many, many years later. I was in the process of learning Korean at the time, and my tea master refused to learn any English. So the tea name, like I one day came in and she told me that I had to go to Seoul because I was going to be doing a tea test, which I didn't know about, and all these things. And so, and then after that, I got a certificate from the city, telling me that I, that I had graduated from a cultural program. And then she told me what my tea name was, and she explained, the only thing that she explained to me was the reason she chose the name. Sam means three. And I can't remember if So or Hyun, but in the Chinese characters, they mean laughing and generous. And my tea teacher and I always had this little battle because she never really liked taking money from me for tea lessons. And so I always had to figure out other ways to kind of pay her back, sort of. And so I was doing, so she thought I was just being generous, but for me, it was kind of like, I need to pay you for all this really cool stuff that you're teaching me. So, but the tea name and many of the things that kind of occurred at that time, I was just kind of going with the flow. And I was only talking with other friends, Korean friends, through the years since I'd left Korea, that, the significance of being given a tea name kind of means that you're now a person who can represent the Korean tea ceremony. Kind of, yeah. And I mean, it's similar in like when I took refuge and became I got a new Tibetan name as well. So, yeah. Thank you very welcome. Yes.
So you have this service, your nice tree there. Is that a requirement, or that's just a choice? Is it appropriate to have you just on the ground?
I've never. I've done a lot of serving tea in the standing position. When I was in Korea, my tea teacher brought me around to temples on Buddha's birthday and things, and had me I sometimes made 200-300 bowls of tea a day. But it's more comfortable sitting on the floor. It's just always the way that I've always done it. And when you go to Inmok is a small tea shop in Icheonshi in Korea. When you go there, I just noticed she has put in a couple of chairs now so people can sit at chairs, but most of the time you're sitting in a traditional style. Her place is usually wooden, and she uses very nice woods, and it's very kind of natural. This piece of wood is actually from here. It's a burl piece that my partner gave me as a present, specifically for doing tea ceremony. Ironically, when I moved to Japan after Korea, when we were there, we lived in a traditional Japanese house and a machiya, and I had this big, long 7-foot table that there was a wood place next door to where we lived in Japan, and he knew that we just moved in, and I kept looking at these big, beautiful pieces of wood that he had. And so he ended up making this beautiful, beautiful tea, like amazing tea table, sold it to me for an ungodly cheap amount of money. And it turns out that it was actually Canadian maple that was shipped to Japan and like they use these long pieces to sometimes make steps for temples or, things like that. And so, so it was kind of the irony of getting a Canadian maple tea table in Japan to help teach Korean tea ceremony. It was kind of very ethnically kind of encapsulating. So, and that's one of the things I like about tea is that everybody has a tea, like there's tea everywhere, right? I mean, it started out in a very kind of small place and then it went everywhere. So, I think when you've got to show tea a lot of respect, because of that. And, and always lament a little bit about our culture. We're kind of, speeding up and, not actually stopping to let our tea steep and smell that aroma and feel the almost mist of hot tea on a day like this. This is actually in Korea, this would be a perfect day for tea outside. A little bit chilly, a little bit of a chance of rain. What do you want to go outside for? Let's sit around and make some tea. So, yeah. Yes.
How have you integrated your sort of tea journey and this ceremony into your everyday life here in Canada? And I guess how do you integrate that? And I guess what do you do with it? How do you still teach this and stuff like that?
For me, tea is already it started out as a very personal thing, and for someone who's been teaching, like I taught language for almost 18 years, and so I'm used to being in front of crowds. But every time I get up to talk about tea, there's always a lot of real nervousness about it, because it is a very kind of internalized thing for me. And a lot of the lessons that I've learned from tea have been when I've not done tea for a long time, and then I go back to it. I get busy in everyday life, and so for me, tea is about going back to a calmer, more serene place where I think every tea culture has some sort of saying that says tea is truth. And when you sit down and you make a cup of tea or a bowl of tea or a mug of tea or whatever you put your tea in, for me, it brings me right back to sitting in Inmok's Darie Kyoshil in this small town. And it just reminds me of a place where I can sit down and be authentic, because we all have jobs and other things that take up our time in life, and I think that I haven't integrated tea as much as I've wanted, and the great thing about doing this right now is that it's kind of reset me again, and so I'll probably be doing it more. Right now, it's usually something that I do on my days off. And my wife and I will get up in the morning and I will put the Korean danso music on and I'll make tea and then we'll go on with whatever we're going to do for the day. So it really is just something that actually, it's like breathing. You don't pay attention to your breathing until you pay attention to your breathing. And when you pay attention to your breathing, there's something about that really is grounding, I think. And when you're doing this ceremony, it's actually one thing that I didn't explain is that there's a lot of breath work. In Korean tea, when you see me whisking fairly roughly, and then I slow down, what I'm doing is I'm arranging the bubbles. What I've done is I've transferred my ki, my energy, into this bowl of tea. And when you drink the tea, you can hear the pop, 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 pop of the bubbles. And that's the energy that's transferred. And so we usually whisk about 99 times or about a minute. But it depends on the temperature. It depends on the quality of the tea. It depends on a lot of different things. So that's a part of it. But and as for just to clue up, as for teaching, I did a lot more teaching before I moved back to Canada. Right now, I have a couple of people who come to my small apartment and we'll just do meditation tea, and it's for them. It's a way of experiencing the kind of atmosphere that someone who's spent a long time learning to serve tea can provide to people. And it's not that I'm not wanting to teach. It's sometimes I feel weird. I'm not Korean, and sometimes I just want to tell people, you know, what you should do is like I'll show you, but you should go to Korea to do this. And so that's a little bit about how I feel about it. It feels better back in Korea teaching and Japan teaching than it does here in a weird sort of a way. But I'm always open to it. So yeah. So we just have a few minutes left. So yeah.
I'm just going to come on in here, Greg.
All righty.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I had not seen Korean tea ceremony in this form before, and it was beautiful. And you can see that you've put many hours of time and practice.
Thank you.
And thank you for sharing it
No
with us
problem.
today.
My pleasure.
And it really is a practice, and we can see when Greg is whisking the tea and the patience and the peace that he carries into the process it's something that we need nowadays. And in a sense, in this attention economy, when everyone's vying for our imagination, it's in its own way a form of peaceful civil disobedience.
I like that description.
Yeah, it is. And so I hope that we can all take this home. And I also like how you said, Greg, that, you know, I can share some tools with you, but really take it for yourself and go to Korea or make it your own. And it's about putting that attention. Yeah. And thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there anything that you'd like to share with us in regards to you said you weren't teaching anymore, but I actually wanted to tap on that because I also teach the food tea ceremony, but I'm not Chinese or Taiwanese, and I also struggle at times as a sort of who do you think you are, you know? And what I often say with that is just make it your own. I've made it my own, and Greg has his interpretation, and I hear his teacher is watching us right now. So thank you for joining. And
she's shaking her head right now and going like, "Oh, that wasn't correct. What did you do?"
No. But I guess that's making it your own, you know. So thank you everyone for joining us for this wonderful presentation. And we're going to come back again in 15 minutes, and we have a really special live feed from Japan about transferring tea gardens to organic. And so that's going to be fantastic. So I hope everyone will stick around. A big thanks to the Victoria Tea Appreciation Society, a nonprofit society where we do events like this. We teach people about tea, we have education. And so if you can make a donation, I believe there's links at the bottom of your screen. That would be wonderful. And see you guys all in 15 minutes. And thanks again, Greg. That was really special.
Thank you. Drink tea and pay attention to it.
Okay, thank you for continuing to watch the Victoria Tea Festival revival. I'm actually just stepping in for Jen, who's stepped off to get something to eat. Well, actually, I'm here because for a purpose. We have a really special guest who's joining us, and his name is it Tatsuhiko Yamaguchi, or Tatsuhiko Yamaguchi. He's from Ujitawara, which is in Kyoto, Japan. He's a tea farmer that I have had the good fortune to have worked with for quite I guess about 2 years now. I think 3 years, almost 3 years. I think it's 3 years.
Oh,
yeah. And really excited to talk to him today. We're going to be discussing some of the challenges that he's faced in transitioning his tea fields to organic agriculture. So thank you, Mr. Yamaguchi, for joining us live from Japan. So awesome, and a big hand for Yamaguchi-san. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Awesome, cool. So we have Yamaguchi-san. We have a live audience who's watching, as well as we are live streaming this to an internet community. So really stoked to have you. So when we were initially meeting each other, I was very interested in organic tea, and I understand that you are also interested in organic tea, but some of your fields were organic and some were not organic, right? And so I guess my first question for you today is maybe we can talk about why it's difficult in Japan to go 100% organic. It's difficult, right? To go organic in Japan.
Organic tea is low low price.
Low price, yeah.
Okay. Tea market in
Right.
Japanese tea market.
So it's hard to get a good price.
High, but hard to grow organic tea.
Right. So you work hard, but not very much money.
Yes, work hard. I have to put a lot of waste in organic field.
Right. Yeah, but now I guess you have you and I have been working together, and you're doing more and more of your fields as organic, and I guess that's because the export market values the organic tea, right? But in Japan, I guess there's just a big focus on umami, and like umami is like you have to have this really rich tea, otherwise it's not really considered valuable, right? So, but your tea is, in my opinion, very special. So what do you like about your organic tea when you compare it to non-organic tea?
Organic tea has a high aroma.
Yeah. Really good fragrance, hey? Yeah.
In my opinion, organic tea is an original taste in our field.
For sure. Yeah.
Our hometown, Ujitawara.
Yeah. And in Ujitawara, you're in a very old tea growing region, famous for those aromatics, right? Yeah.
In the past, all of tea field is organic, but now organic field is very, very little.
Yeah. It's kind of sad, right? Because we don't really taste the old flavors. But I mean, it's interesting because, of course, before spraying, there was nobody sprayed because the sprays didn't exist. So everybody was growing organic. But they also grew zairaishu, right? Or heirloom cultivars. So definitely zairaishu with no spraying is going to be a very classic taste, right? But now we grow clonals, or we're taking cuttings and planting, yabukita and okumidori and all these different cultivars.
Cultivated species, yes.
But I guess maybe the closest to Zairaishu might be yabukita, because you do a lot of yabukita, right? And why do you choose the yabukita? And for our viewers, yabukita is it's a very common cultivar grown in Japan. And when I mean cultivar, think like in apples, there's Granny Smith, Red Delicious, there's Gala apples, right? In wine, there's Merlot, Cabernet Sauvignon. In tea, there's thousands of different cultivars, two of them being, say, Okumidori and Yabukita, that I believe that Yamaguchi-san grows. But you grow a lot of, you have one Okumidori that I get from you, but you also have some Yabukita. Do you choose Yabukita for a reason, or is it just an accident? Does it help with organic agriculture?
どういう意味やろちょっとごめん。
品種の選び方の話です。そのヤブキタはその有機栽培に向いてるかどうか。
そういう意味か、やっぱり。
質問です。
どうやろう。在来 is suitable for natural farming,
right?
But cultivar, just like Yabukita, is difficult to grow in organic style.
Right. Okay. So Zairai would be easier. Yabukita is hard. Do you grow okumidori as well? Is okumidori hard to grow organic?
Okumidori is tree branch is too hard.
Too hard.
Okay. Too hard. Yes. And leaves is so small.
Right.
In my opinion, okumidori is easy to grow in organic material.
So okumidori has hard branches, or Yabukita has hard branches? Sorry.
Yabukita is harder than okumidori.
To grow organic. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Just for those watching right now, Yamaguchi-san, can you tell them about your family background growing tea?
Yeah. My family is relative of Nagatani.
Nagatani.
Nagatani Soen. Probably.
Nagatani Soen, who's a very famous
inventor of sencha method.
Yeah, he made the sencha method. So your family traces its roots back to the creator of the sencha method.
Yeah.
Okay.
My hometown Uedani is the birthplace of sencha method.
Yeah, and it's in the history books, which is cool.
This is a long history.
How long ago, for the people watching, maybe you can tell them, when was sencha invented?
About 300 years ago.
300 years ago. Okay. And so your family's been in that area in Kyoto for 300 plus years.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's awesome. Okay. So when you are growing your tea fields, when you change from a standard style to organic, I understand one of your reasons is because you want the classic style, right? You want to taste the old tea, right? But it must be very challenging to do that. What are some challenges I know cost is one challenge, right? You don't get a good price for organic tea in Japan. But what are there more challenges? It must be a very low harvest, no?
Low harvest, yes.
What kind of, like, if you were to compare standard agriculture to your organic agriculture, what is your percentage loss when you grow organic?
organic tea isn't nice price.
Yeah, I understand. But like, その、なんていう在庫かな作った量の話になると、だいたいどれぐらいの差ですかその。
そっか、差か。はい。あんまり差ないですね。というか、なんかちょっと難しい話。
Not a big difference in the...
なんで差がないかっていうと、結局、もう、私が父親から引き継いだときに、もうほとんど、農薬を使ってなかったから、差がなかった。
Okay, so...
こういう難しいなというのがちょっと。
Yeah, no, that's good. So when you took over your farm from your father, he was already kind of transitioning things to kind of like he didn't spray very much. So when you completely stopped spraying, you did not see a big loss in your sort of your total production, right? So that's awesome. That's interesting to know. So he was spraying a little bit, and now you don't spray at all. So you've stopped spraying lots of areas. So I guess are there? I guess the big benefits then are going to be those aromatics, finding that classic taste, and trying to find, I guess, the original sencha flavor. Hey, but I also personally I find, and I think we were talking about this a bit last tea festival, but that there is a big focus on umami in the Japanese tea community. And I think that value of there being just a very rich umami component, sort of, it's so valued that I think sometimes people miss the opportunity to taste tea in its true form. I was in a tea village in Mandokoro, and the owner of one of the tea companies, she said that when you have that much umami, it tastes like fertilizer. 肥料の味がするって言ってました。You agree?
Just like fertilizer. Yes.
Yeah. So what does that mean? What does it mean to taste like fertilizer? And how do you compare that to a natural taste? その違いは、味の違いはどういうふうに思いますかっていうか説明っていうか、その比べるとどう思いますか
？If you use a lot of fertilizer, tea, aroma of tea has fade.
Okay, so you use a lot of fertilizers and the aromatics are a drop. Why do the aromatics drop, do you think? なぜ香りが少なくなると思いますか？肥料を使うと。
これすごいいろんな理由があるらしいねんけど、例えば、ちょっといいですか？日本語で。
ちょっと話しながらちょっとポーズして、通訳しますけど、全然日本語で大丈夫。
実はね、その実験してみたんですよ。同じ畑で、鶏糞って言って鳥の糞ね。なんていうのかな。
はい、bird fertilizer. So you did some experiments. So you experimented with using bird fertilizer.
と、要するにオーガニックの肥料、今私が使ってるのは米ぬかっていうのと比較したんですよ。
And compared it to the fertilizer that you use now, which is the nuka or the
1年間。
Okay, the rice fertilizer, which is like the hull of the rice. Okay.
そしたらもう明らかな差があって、鶏糞の方は臭いとかじゃないんやけど香りがしないんですよ。
So the bird fertilizer created
香りがものすごく良くて。
A product that was not smelly, but it just didn't have anything going for it in terms of aromatics, he's saying, and also that the rice fertilizer created something that was way more aromatic.
はい。で特にやっぱり動物性の肥料で鶏糞とかは良くないって言われてます
ね。鶏
糞。それは経験上分かったというか。
Okay, so you kind of proved it to yourself. 自分に証明できたってことですね。
そうですね。もう2年ぐらい、3年ぐらいかな。ずっと分けて使ってて実験したんだけど、もう全然香りが違ったんで。
Okay, yeah. So you compared for 3 years, and the keifun or the bird fertilizer was it was not winning this battle. So the rice fertilizer or the rice hull fertilizer created much more aromatic tea. Yeah, and that's your organic stuff. We sometimes buy tea from the Harima family, and they
Yeah,
use
I know.
sesame hull. They're into organic sesame hull.
Sesame.
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 ごまか
Sesame.
す
Okay.
はいを使うんですけど、それも実験したことありますか？ Have you ever experimented with a different kind of organic fertilizer, such as sesame hull?
いや、セサミ、やったことないですね、セサミは。今やってるのが、魚やってます。
魚。So you've been experimenting with fish fertilizer. ちょっと頭があんまり入ってなくて、ちょっとビデオカメラをちょっと上に上げてもらえますか？
はい。
まあ、それでも大丈夫です。はい。Okay. So you've experimented with fish fertilizer.
Yes.
And did you find that fish fertilizer was good as well, or? No?
まだわからないね。1年目やから。
Oh, really? Okay.
でも、基本的には、
So this is his first year trying, so he doesn't know yet.
天茶農家はかなり魚を使うので。
ですよね。Yeah.
はい。
So fish fertilizer is considered a very common fertilizer, or a go-to fertilizer for people growing tea meant for tencha. And for those watching, tencha is the shade-grown, D-vein, D-stem tea leaves that are then, to stop the enzyme that is going to brown the leaves, they steam it. And so it's a steamed green tea. And then it's dried flat, and then it's prepared for milling, and that's what you mill into matcha. So not all green tea that's powdered is matcha. It has to be a specific kind of green tea. So and it's a specific method for growing it that turns it into tencha that you would then mill into matcha. So to grow tea that you're intending to mill eventually into matcha, there's specific methodologies for growing it too. And one of them, it sounds like, it's normal. A lot of people like to get, and I guess the sakana or the fish fertilizer, maybe it creates more umami, and that's why people do it. Is that why?
And farmers told me fish fertilizer has umami and aroma.
Okay. And
makes aroma and umami.
But I guess it's not organic if you use fish fertilizer, right? Yeah. So I guess it's an experiment, right? If it's so, you're sometimes I hear about, I talked to the Harima family before, and they told me some of their struggles of going organic and losing 70% of the harvest, and these big challenges they had in the early days. But I guess because your father did not spray very much, it's been a little bit simpler. And you do a lot of experiments then. So you're experimenting with different types of fertilizer. You're experimenting with 100% organic. But more and more, you are moving towards organic agriculture, it sounds like, which is exciting for me. And you're also doing more tencha. So are you doing more tencha because we're buying more tencha? Like, do you like, I guess, you also experiment with, let me change the question. Sorry. You also experiment with like white teas. You make some, do some wild harvested teas. You've been doing some really interesting stuff. It's been really cool. And I guess I'm, what is my question? Let me pause for a moment. I am interested in, I guess, this experiment being very successful. So I want your organic agriculture to do really, really, really well, because I really believe it. For me, I love organic because I feel better about drinking it. I feel like when I'm drinking non-organic, oftentimes there's a lot of pesticides, a lot of poison in there, and I feel weird about it. Oftentimes when I have a really umami rich tea, I think it's good, tastes good, but I'm worried about my health a bit. But when you make your tea, I have your tea, and I've compared it many times. The organic tencha that I can get is very brown. It's not a good color. It's not very exciting. And I think that when I get organic vegetables like lettuce or berries, oftentimes the organic version is so much better, so beautiful. But for tea, it's really hard to get a very good tea that is organic. But you are producing tea that's getting better and better. Every year I buy from you, your tea is tasting better and better. How do you do that? Why is your tea, why does it have a good flavor? And why does so much organic matcha and organic tea, sencha, why is it not a good flavor?
そっか、なんで、あれでしたっけなんで、
大体有機栽培で育ったお茶は美味しくないです。でも、山口さんのお茶は美味しいです。
その話だね。
その
理由はか。
理由は何ですか
？My hometown, Yuadani, is a good production area for tea.
Yeah.
All types of tea.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's the environment. You think the climate is a big part?
Climate and good soil. Has good soil.
Okay. Yeah. And
low rainfall.
Low rainfall.
Concentrated taste.
Oh, interesting. Okay. How much rainfall do you get in your area? どれだけ雨が降るんですか
？Very low rainfall in Japan.
Okay, so low for Japan. Okay.
どれだろうな。
Yeah, because they talk
1050 50じゃないな。1400 millimeters.
1400 millimeters annual rainfall. Okay, which is low for Japan. Okay,
yeah.
Interesting. And so that low rainfall helps concentrate the flavors. You get nicer aromatics. We talk about this in India. I buy from India as well. In India, they sometimes harvest during the rainy season, and the flavor is not good at all.
And then very thin taste and lot of rainfall, very thin taste.
Yeah, and I talk about high elevation tea with low rainfall. It helps to concentrate the volatile oils or the flavor oils in the tea leaves. So I guess with your organic production, you do the same thing. But how do you? I guess the big challenge for most tea companies with going organic is they're afraid that their plants will die because bugs will destroy the plants. How do you avoid losing all of your plants? How do you avoid losing them?
どうやって避けてるか、何を避けてるかやったっけ？
虫ですね。
虫か。
虫で全部ダメになることはどうやって避けてるんですか
？We harvest only first flush.
Okay.
So the second flush, I don't harvest second flush.
Okay. So that keeps the plant strong.
So I'm like,
おかげで茶畑は強くなるんですよね。
で、セカンドフラッシュはもう、めっちゃ虫だらけです、多分。
虫だらけ？
食べられちゃうんで、虫のための食事ですね。
So the second flush, he says, is food for the bugs. He just it's like a gift.
Meal for insects.
Yeah, it's a gift. It's like their meal. Okay, all right. So, but also, you do a little. でも切ることは切るでしょうね。最終的には。
切らないですよ。ずっとほっといて、今切ってます、ちょうど。
そうですか。Okay, so he harvests the first flush, and I was asking him if he does a standard, like it's pretty standard to cut the length of your tea bushes so that they have so that they can maintain their shape. You do that like during the second. That's one of the reasons they do the second flush harvest. But I guess in October, you do that kind of haircut for the tea bushes, and then do you let the leaves fall into the earth, and they kind of compost in the root system. 根っこに与えるんですか？その買った番茶みたいなものを使うんですか？それとも畑に残すんですか
？We cut our tea gardens now.
Yeah.
秋製紙
秋製紙。
秋製紙。うん。
あ、新しい言葉です。
autumn cutting.
Autumn cutting. Okay.
autumn cutting. 捨てますね。
So you
don't use
do you
tea
leave it?
leaves.
残すんですか？
切って落としますね。
落として、
落として、それは肥料になりますね。
ですよね。Okay. So you cut it and then you let it sit there as compost and it becomes like fertilizer for the plants. You know, I've heard this because I think for organic agriculture, the successful tea gardens that I hear about only harvest the first harvest. They leave the leaves in, but that's a big cost, right? Because you don't have a second harvest, so you only have the one harvest. That's very hard to run a tea company because you only have that one harvest every year, right? So that's a big challenge. Also, if you go organic, then in Japan, the Nokyo or the tea co-op does not pay you good money, right? It's actually bad money for organic. They just judge the flavor and they think no umami, low price, right? And then the third, I guess, is just that it's hard work, right? Like it's you have to weed more, pull out more. Kusatori mo muzukashi sou desu ne. So it's quite a lot of more work, and you don't really get as much return. So it's a でもすごく環境のことを考えるとすごい大事なことをしてますね。But if you think about the environment, then it's a very like noble thing that you're doing, but it's very hard, right? Yeah. So 成功させるにはどうする予定ですか？ How do you make this a successful tea company if you have all those challenges to going organic?
どっちかというと、経営として成り立つようにすることなんですよね、多分。オーガニックを続けようと思ったら。
もう一度お願いします。
経営って要するに、なんか経済的にやっていけるようにすることが大きいことかな。どっちかというと、観光農法の方がお金がかからずに評価が高くなるので。
はい。So
どうしてもオーガニックやったら何も評価はされないですね。もちろん普通の市場に出しますけど、オーガニックやったら結局量も取れないし、何かメリットにならないんですよ。
はい、そういうことでしょうねっていう。でも、その上に有機栽培に走ってるじゃないですか。それを成功させるには何か作戦はありますか？ Do you have like a strategy?
そうですね。まあなんか、それをいいと思ってくれる人を探すっていう。ジェレドもそうですね。
そうですね。So it's finding people that have that value. And I think there are a lot of people. So yeah, there's my company for sure, but there's also I think there's a number of people that I guess is in Japan too though. Are you finding that in Japan more and more people are valuing organic? Is it increasing? その国内のお客さんも増えてるんですか？それか逆ですか？海外じゃないとあまり売れないんですか？ Like, is there a domestic interest?
難しい。ちょっと日本語でいいですか？
大丈夫ですよ。
ごめんなさいね。日本の場合は、かなり、日本は増えてます、結構。というのが、オーガニックだから買ってるっていうのもあるけど、まあ、それよりかは、結局、まあ、他の人がやらないような手摘みの煎茶とか、もう肥料を使わないで、例えば草というか茅だけで育ててるとか、そういうお茶ってないんですよ。
Okay, so it's like a unique thing. So it's just saying that it is increasing in Japan? ちょっと訳しますね。ちょっと待ってくださいね。
それでも味がね、なんか、
ちょっといいですか？
全然しっかりしてるんで。
通訳します。すみません。So he's just explaining how there is an increase in domestic interest in organic tea, definitely, but there also just an interest in unique teas, like teas that you've only, you haven't added fertilizer to, that you've done it with just using the weeds that you pull and the second flush as your fertilizer, that kind of thing. So that's that is definitely a direction that some people there is an increase in the people that enjoy that kind of tea. はい、すみません。はい。それに、 どうぞ続けてください。
はい。で、ちょっと待ってね。
すいません。
さっきのやつですね。
はい
そうだね。そうですね。やっぱりこう、なんて言うんでしょう。こう、日本人は日本茶を飲まないです。
So Japanese people don't drink Japanese tea?
そうそう。で、なんでかって結局、なんか偽物が多い。
Because there's a lot of fake tea that's sold as Japanese tea that's not
で、なん
actually
か
Japanese tea in
そう
Japan.
ですね。結局たくさん売れた時代に、こう、安いお茶が増えたので、まあお茶に対してみんな興味を失ってしまったので、
So there's been
お
an
茶にもう一度興味を持ってもらうっていう感じですね。
overproduction of tea to make it cheap, and then it's gotten to the point where people have lost interest in like good tea. ってことですね。はい。はあ。それを、そういうその新しく興味を持たせるには、やっぱりこういうユニークなことをやるのが一番未来のことを考えてるじゃないでしょうか。
そうですね。
So like just saying that doing something like this is going to build interest.
Micro lot.
Yeah, micro lots. Yeah.
Micro lot.
Like wine, right?
Single origin tea.
Single origin, single farm. Yeah.
在来 tea.
Yeah. There's even some companies
no fertilizer tea.
or one bush このお茶の木のお茶を買うという茶園もあるんですよね。
One bush tea.
Yeah, right? Which is kind of amazing. Yeah. Really, really interesting. Yeah. Cool.
Hand-picked tea is very rare in Japan. Hand-picked tea.
Yeah.
Very expensive.
Very hard work. Very difficult. Yeah. No, and I guess I remember I did some hand picking, and I went from 6 a.m. until 6 p.m. So 12 hours of picking, and I got I think maybe I can't remember, a very like one and a bit basket of tea. Like it was I was terrible, like you have to have experience, and then you get fast, and then you get good quality. It's hard hand picking and hard work.
Clear taste.
And sweating, right? Why the tea gets salty, right? it's sweating so much when you're picking it. Yeah. But do you hand pick some tea?
Yeah, but it's hand picked sencha.
Yeah, that's and hand roll. Do you hand roll? 手もみもしますか?
Yes.
Yeah.
My friend picked.
Okay. And awesome. Cool. So I guess then to summarize really the plan. So if you want to go. So the plan is you want to go.
こっちが喋ってるのは入んの。
大丈夫です。はい。いいですか?
いいじゃん。
Just while our guest is talking to his family there. Okay, so your goal then, as I understand it, is do a unique program. So maybe you can talk about some of the unique things that you're doing. I think one thing that you're doing is organic, which is amazing. One thing that you're doing is you're doing this beautiful, like you're doing experiments with different fertilizers. You're also doing hand-picked teas. What are some other projects that you're doing? What other? あとはなんかいろいろやってますね。それをお客さんにご説明いただけると。
今度やろうとしてること。
白茶とかね、
い
ろいろやってますね。
We try, なんていうかな。More than organic white tea.
More than organic white tea.
more than organic.
What does it mean to be more than organic? Wild tea. Okay.
Wild tea.
So harvesting from old trees. Where do you find these trees? They're in the forest? 森の中ですか? その古い木は森の中ですか? どこで探すんですか?
もう森の中ですね。山の中。
On the mountain.
In mountain.
in the forest on the mountain?
Mountain, forest and the mountain, yeah.
Very cool. How old are the trees?
200 years, 200 years old.
Wow, cool. So you
About.
harvest wild 200-year-old tree leaves and you make white tea.
White tea, yeah.
Have you experimented with making any like oolong or kurocha? ウーロン茶とか黒茶を作って。
まだそれはやってないね。
Okay, maybe in the future, eh?
I didn't try that yet. I haven't started yet.
Okay, cool. Some I guess we're almost we're about 5 minutes from the end of the show today. But I just wanted to, I'm interested in your projects. We were also we talked about you sometimes have guests that join you and do some of this harvesting together. You have a really cool Instagram that people can go to too, I think. What was your Instagram again? Is it Obuku, I think?
Obuku and nearby Obuku, but
okay.
It's
Okay. Well, I want
different.
Well, people who are looking it up can check out
another valley.
Oh, it's another valley. Okay. All right. Okay. Is there 最後にその見てる人たちにそのなんか有機栽培の育ちについてなんか理解してもらえたらいいなっていうところとかありますか？Is there something that you would like people to understand?
You want original taste of tea?
Yeah.
You try. You should try natural tea.
Natural tea to get the original taste. Yeah, because there is a big, I think, and I've mentioned this before, there's a big focus, I think, in the industry on always getting the same flavor, right? Everybody wants the same flavor for Japanese tea. They want that umami rich. They want that perfect balance. They want everything to be perfect. But I think that it's much more interesting when things are not perfect. When you can have, if we think that bitter is bad, or if we think that tannic is bad, I think that we're losing something, because it's important to have sweetness. It's important to have bitterness. It's important to have acidity, because this brings balance, right? It brings something more interesting. And if it's too sweet or too umami, it's like something that's too salty, or it makes it, I think, a little bit unenjoyable. So for me, I'm very glad that you're doing what you're doing. I think it's a very interesting project. I really like your teas, and this year I had a chance to taste many of your micro lots, right? So you had the same Yabukita, and it was grown in Kuromamezaka, Ninotani. There was like what were they? Nakabata. All these, like, I'm trying to remember the other ones. Inkyo. Yeah, Inkyo. And there was a fifth one. I can't remember. Inkyo じゃなくて、Yashiki, that's right. So, Yashiki. And that's really interesting too. So I hope that that's another interesting, to add to the conversation is understanding, Ujitawara tea, but it's also interesting to understand that inside of that big region or small region, there's also Yamaguchi-san's tea. And inside of Yamaguchi-san's tea, there's all these different little micro environments that are growing really interesting tea too. And I think that because you're not putting in so much fertilizer, because you're not doing this manipulation or anything like that to make it all taste this ideal way, we get to enjoy each of those regions. あんまり肥料とかいろいろ変えてないおかげで、その陰京とか屋敷のその産地の味が出てくると私は思ってますよ。
そうですね。なんか肥料を そう、肥料をやると肥料の味になるので、
Right?
別に宇治俵で育てなくても、違う、同じ味になるんじゃないのかな。
So putting fertilizer on it makes it all taste the same, and it makes it so that you don't really get that sense of place. So yeah, I think that really makes a big difference. By growing the way that you're growing, we can focus on aromatics. We can understand tea in a different way. It doesn't have to be this umami rich thing. I do like that kind of tea too, but it's more like a dessert for me. The way that you're making your tea is something I can drink every day, and I really, really enjoy it. So I appreciate you coming on today, Yamaguchi-san. It's really been nice, and I know it's very early. What time is it in Japan right now? 何時ですか今？日本。
8 p.m.
AM. So you started with us at around 7 a.m. So thank you for joining us. And I'm sure we'll be talking more in the future. But for now, I guess we'll say goodbye. And I really appreciate your time. Hi.
I'm glad to meet you. I'll see you again.
Oh, awesome. Okay. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Okay. Goodbye. Okay. Awesome.
Okay.
Bye. Okay, Jen. Yeah, okay.
Hi, welcome back, everybody. How incredible was that? And thank you, Jared, for translating. I think it's
no problem. Yeah.
so important and very special that you've taken the time to learn Japanese.
Oh, thank you.
No, it's true. So many people, when they go to live in Japan or Taiwan or China or Korea, they don't take the time to learn the language. And thank you for doing that. Because it unravels a whole nother world, and it brings respect and also an ability to navigate with a secret wisdom that the rest of us don't know about. So
trying. I actually have to say to everybody who's watching, just pardon my terrible Japanese if they know Japanese.
And
I'm trying. It's very colloquial. I didn't really learn formal Japanese so much, so I just add on a lot of the polite stuff at the end, but I end up becoming a little bit too over colloquial. So hopefully I can get better at my formal Japanese.
I think it's appreciated.
Well, these farmers that I work with, I feel we can have that kind of conversation, but I do feel like a lacking for sure when it gets to folks that I haven't met before.
We've got lots of time to learn.
Yeah. Amazing.
It's been going so well, Jared. Thank you so much. Everyone, Jared is the mastermind along with a lot of volunteers, but we really have Jared to thank for having the Victoria Tea Festival 2022 revival. And it is a revival.
It's definitely the volunteers
in person.
Yeah,
and the volunteer, it's really incredible out there. I hope everybody who's watching is able to come next year and participate in person, because it is a fantastic vibe out there.
Yeah, it's
and
amazing,
there's a lot of great people. And I just had a 1982 Sheng Puer, and I am just like, bing!
Nice.
I know, it's the small tea joys,
yeah,
right?
For sure. Cool.
And thanks, everybody. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with Daniel Liu from the Chinese Tea Shop, and it's going to be really exquisite because he's an expert on teapots. We're going to get into Yixing. I've got 1,000 questions for him, so we'll be.
He's an exciting speaker.
It's gonna be a good one.
Yeah, he has this. Yeah, he's got a collection. Yeah, and I consider my Puer tea sensei too. Like when I go to Vancouver and I sit down with him, we can just hang out for like hours and hours, and he's just so knowledgeable. So knowledgeable. He just tells you so much about all of the itty-gritty details.
Good, let's soak it up.
I'm stoked for it. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. See you soon. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the Victoria International Tea Festival Revival 2022. And we've had a really exceptional day, and I've learned so much. And it's been really wonderful to have this incredible audience with us. We've had waves of different people. Some have been here for quite a few talks, which is great. And I'd love to say that we're heading off on a really wonderful high note, and let's review who we saw today because it's been so incredible. So we started with the Doke Tea Estate in Bihar, India, and we had the Lochan Family, organic farm, all handmade artisan teas. Really preserving the art of handmade teas. And why that's important is with mass modification, the art of hand making tea is being lost. And so the more we can support smaller farmers that are making handmade teas, the longer we can support and be allies with farmers who are preserving tradition and a culture and a way of life. So I was really excited about the Doke Tea Estate and the Lochan Family. And then we had Michael Macdonald, who is a tea specialist, and joyfully our next presenter is his tea master. So that's a nice carry on from this morning. And he showed us Kintsugi, which is the Japanese art of repairing teaware with precious metals. And my takeaway from that was that I didn't realize that it was actually traditionally a tree sap and resin that was used to put the pieces back together. And then the actual gold or silver or copper is a dusting over top. And it's a very laborious process. And it was wonderful to see some of his work. And that, as well as another beautiful art form that is wonderful to maintain. And then next we had a beautiful Japanese tea ceremony with Tomoko-san, Ayako-san, and Miyu-san, and beautiful Japanese traditional ceremony. And luckily, because I'm the host today, I got to have the tea. So that was really nice. And then we had Greg Demons, a Korean tea meditation instructor, and he showed us the Korean way of serving tea, which was also very beautiful. And then luckily we had Jared come in next, and he was able to have a wonderful conversation with Tetsuko, who is a tea farmer from Japan. And we learned about how to transition fields to organic and why that's important, and how it is more so a labor of love than a labor of profit. And so once again, supporting organic farmers is really important because we're supporting a culture of tea ceremony. And I'm really excited about our next guest, Daniel Liu. And he didn't remember, but of course he wouldn't, but it was in 2002. And I had just moved back from Taiwan, and I was having homesickness the other way around because I'm originally from Vancouver, but I'd spent a couple of years in Taiwan. And so I would go to Chinatown to listen to Mandarin or Cantonese. Like Mandarin was what I was most used to, but I missed the sound of the language. And so I was also hooked on Chinese tea by that point because of my tea aficionado family. So I saw the Chinese tea shop and I was like, oh, this looks like a place I want to hang out. And I went in and I asked you for an oolong. Mm-hmm. And you said, oh, oolong. And you said, oh, I have some. And then you said, but would you like to try some pu'er? Mm-hmm. And we sat and we chatted for a while, and it was really lovely. And I just really appreciated you taking the time, just this random person coming in off the street and wanting to know about tea. But this is a bit of a legend that follows Daniel around, is that you're very open mm-hmm. and very a wonderful instructor, and you open your heart and take time to teach people about tea, and especially when we're working with such lineage and such wisdom that has since antiquity been maintained, and it's important to know the details in the story. So without further ado, we're going to be talking with Daniel today about teapots. I'm imagining Yixing teapot,
Yixing teapot, right?
which is amazing. So I'm going to come and sit down and
All
let
right.
Daniel take it away.
Thank you. So thank you everyone sitting down and join our conversation about teapot. So a lot of people that they interest to Chinese tea, but they have difficulty to make the good taste of tea, and they don't know why, right? So, and a lot of people also ask me a question: I love Chinese tea. Can I use a big teapot or a mug and still enjoy it? I say, of course, a good tea always tastes good, right? However, if you want the tea to taste better, you want to understand the tea more, if you want to learn more about tea making, then you better to use the proper teaware. So what is the proper teaware to use? In Chinese tradition, that we like to use clay teapot to make tea, especially when we make tea with Kung Fu Cha style. Right, so you can see the teapot that with Kung Fu Cha style always in small size. When people the first time they see the teapot, they feel, oh, it's a miniature teapot, it's so little, right? But that is the standard size teapot for 2, maximum 3 people. So very tiny. And we call this Yixing clay. Yixing is the city in Jiangsu province. So there's a clay, a rock. Basically, it's not just clay, but it's a rock that they found it. And since from Ming Dynasty, like 500, 600, 100 years ago, they start to use those rock, break it down to small pieces, and then they use the sand to make clay teapot. And then people realize the tea tastes so much better compared with porcelain, because in Ming Dynasty, people use a porcelain teapot, big size. That's right. In Ming Dynasty, they make the teapot, Yixing teapot, huge size, because they mainly use those teapot to make green tea with tips. They use low temperature, about 65 degrees, a little bit of tea leaves, steep tea for a longer time, and then enjoy in a big bowl. This is not Kung Fu Cha style. Kung Fu Cha style popular in Guangdong, Chaozhou region, Guangdong province, Chaozhou region, or in Fujian province. People produce oolong teas, not famous with green teas in Guangdong and Fujian. Oolong, black teas. So when we make oolong teas, usually that not just the tips, we like a bigger leaves. Why? Because we like the tea taste stronger, especially in Chaozhou. Chaozhou region, the Chaozhou people, that they like to keep the oldest tradition, and they eat a lot. So they need some tea for digestion. So how to balance the from the food is to make a strong tea. How to make the tea stronger? One way is long steeping in a big pot. The tea becomes stronger and bitter. We don't like that. We don't like the tea become too strong and bitter. And also that long steeping will make the tea taste doesn't fresh. This is also not right. We like the tea taste fresh. So Kung Fu Cha style basically is to use a small teapot, put a lot of tea leaves, boiling water, and quick steeping. So the steeping time could be only a few seconds to about 10, 15 seconds. And then we do multiple infusions. So now we go to the material of the clay. I just mentioned that the Yixing clay is different than the regular clay. Like regular mud clay is very fine and simple, but the Yixing clay that is from the rock like this. This is the original, like a raw material rocks to produce Yixing clay teapot. At the ancient time, they would let those big pieces of rock sit outdoor, let the rain, the wind, the temperature, moisture to make the rock become soft. So I got a rock here. It's similar kind of rock. This one is so hard, right? It's hard to break. But this one, I can break with my fingers because this one is like over 100 years old. Right? It's very soft, like it's almost like soapstone. So they would use the hammer to break the rock to small sands, and the sand could not make teapot like that because it's not sticky. So they would let the sand soak into a big jar with water for 10, 20, 30, 40 years, a long, long time. So the microbe would grow and then make the sand become sticky. The biggest rock and sand would go to the bottom, sink to the bottom, but the finer sand would stay on the top. So people always use the finer sand on top to make the Asian clay teapot. The longer they let the rock sitting outside, the better the qualities. The longer they let the sand stay in the pot with water, the better the quality, because the fermentation will make the clay finer, still keep the sandy textures, right? So when we use those Asian clay teapot to make tea, what benefit we can get? So Asian clay teapot is the only clay or sand clay has the dual porosities, so it's very porous. The porous function allows oxygen get in and out of the pot. So when we make tea, the oxygen will go through the clay into the tea, and the tea will taste better. The leaves will stay fresh for the longest time. This is very important for good tea, especially oolong teas or pu'er teas, because you know that the good Chinese tea can do many infusions with small teapot. We can let the leaves sit inside for all day long. We let the tea taste fresh. So it's only Asian clay teapot allows the leaves stay the longest freshness. Not porcelain teapot, not glass teapot, right? So a lady asked me, can we use a Asian gaiwan to make tea? Gaiwan is a good tea way to make Chinese tea, but gai means lip, wan is bowl. The good thing about the gaiwan that is made by porcelain, sometimes glass, that we can use for all kind of tea, and it gives the honest taste. However, because it's so dense, they will track the heat and cook the leaves. So it's only give the most freshness for the leaves for about 5 minutes and finish. For tasting, it's okay. For appreciation, it's not good enough. Asian teapot is different because the pore function can enhance the flavor and taste. We can let the leaves sit inside for the longest time and keep the body, the flavor, and the taste. However, the disadvantage of using this kind of Asian clay teapot that you cannot use one teapot for all kind of tea because the clay teapot will absorb the flavor and taste. When you make a very flowery oolong teas, you don't want the tea has the earthy flavor, old flavor. When you taste a flowery oolong teas, you don't want to taste like an earthy flavor or a smoky flavor from that. So that's why that experienced tea drinkers would always have multiple teapots. How do we select the good Asian teapot for our tea? So I have a few samples here. This is the teapot we call Julie. Like Julie is also type of the Hongli, means red clay. So Julie teapot, high content of iron. So when they're firing in the right temperature, they shrink and then keep the high density, which would be perfect to make green teas, fresh white teas, or oolong, like especially flowery oolong tea, which can keep the most aroma of the tea. Right. So this will be the teapot that we use for those type of greener teas. And then when we go to the pu'er is very popular right now. So we have two type of pu'er. One is called raw pu'er, and one is ripe. So ripe pu'er tea very dark and earthy. So the older the ripe pu'er tea, the mellower the taste. So when we make a pu'er tea that's not too old, how to make the pu'er tea taste like older? Then we use a teapot that will be more porous, which does more filtering. So the taste will be mellower, smoother, taste like older. Like we are cheating. Right? And also the low density teapot can track the heat or to keep the most heat into the clay, because those those functions that allowed us to make pu'er tea that using the most heat to release the best flavor and taste. Because that would be related with the temperature control of tea making, right? We don't want to use boiling water, add into the teapot, and then it cools down very fast. We like the teapot keep the most heat. So the porous teapot can keep the most heat, which is very good for show pu'er. We use boiling water. Can we use this one for darker oolong, like cliff tea, da hong pao? So the teapot is porous, but it's very porous, this one. It's too porous. It would filter the bitterness. When people enjoy the da hong pao, they would also enjoy the bitterness. So a bitterness, and then after that, a very unique sweetness will come back. We call hui gan. Right? We don't like the teapot filter too much bitterness. So this is not the perfect teapot for darker oolong, but excellent for show pu'er. And I have a teapot here. So this is the teapot that is medium density. So small opening, right? So usually I would say that this is a teapot good for aged raw pu'er or cliff tea or darker oolong, because that is the density is not too high, not too low, but filters some of the bitterness, but at the same time it keeps the strength of the taste for the raw pu'er teas and the da hong pao. How do we know the densities? We can test by the sound of the teapot, right? So the best way to do is put the teapot on hand and take the teapot about ½ inch, put it back. So you can hear the pitch. It's pretty high. One more time. Right. So this is the teapot. It's higher density. We're perfect for green tea, white tea, flowery oolong or green oolong. This one is lower density. It's lower. Right? This one, medium. So the density in general, that will be related with firing temperature. So in general, the high firing temperature, the sand will melt it, become crystallized, and become higher density. When the firing temperature is lower, it keeps the sand textures and then become lower. And I also have some teapot here that big openings, right? So also kind of a medium low densities, right? I decided to let this teapot to make aged white teas. Fresh white tea like silver needle, white peony, they're very floral, grassier. We like to keep the aroma, then we will use this teapot. However, the aged white tea that I like the tea that will be kind of slightly fruity, at the same time that we like the tea stronger. We don't like the tea too mild. So how to make the aged white tea taste stronger? That is the temperature. So to make aged white tea, I always use boiling water to make my tea. And I use my teapot to keep most temperature. So the least we release the best flavor and taste in shortest time. So short steeping is very important, right? So when we make tea with Kung Fu Cha style, we like to use the shortest steeping time and have the most or the best flavor of taste. So how to do that? A lot of tea leaves, quick steeping, and temperature control, right? The teapot would also affect to the temperature control. As I mentioned before, this is high density teapot. The high density teapot, we get the heat very fast and then lose heat right away, which is okay for green teas, green oolong teas, and white teas. A low density teapot, we keep the most heat at the longest time. So any tea that we think of to have the stronger taste or darker earthy taste, then we use a low density, right? And some tea that earthy, but also we like the tea taste stronger than the medium density of the using teapot. People always asking a question about how do we know the teapot we use is real Yixing or not? right? It is quite difficult to answer because only when people have the real Yixing teapot on hand and a fake or non-Yixing teapot on hand. So using clay teapot, as I mentioned before, is made by small sands. So in general, that if you take the teapot and you put by hand, like you can feel like it's a bit rusted. So like a sandy, you can feel the hands. Or sometimes you're under the light, you can feel the sands. So Eastern clay teapot has mainly contains the mica and choline and also iron oxide and quartz. So when we look at the teapot, we can see if we can find those mica or not. So mica usually will be in slightly darker colors, like quartz will be a little bit lighter, and sometimes that we can tell the teapots that the clays are very complex, not too fine, not too simple. Right? I didn't bring the non-Yixing teapot today, but anyway, but you can compare. And also that if you find a teapots that made with blue color or green color, so usually this is not natural colors, it's add the chemical colors. So we prefer not using for tea making, right? It's more for decoration. So Yixing teapot has mainly 3 different colors: yellow colors, reddish colors, and purple, right? So, and most of teapot are with purple colors. Sometimes it would be not too purple, right? Some are more purple. It's depending on the firing temperatures. And you can see this one teapot is like darker, like black colors. Right? This is a very unique teapot because that this is the teapots that at the old time during the firing with a wood kiln, and the teapot get uneven colors because it's not electric color, kiln that very hard to control the temperature of the water of the firing. And wood firing sometimes that would change the temperature by the wind, or maybe suddenly have a big rain, right? So that would make the difference. And the teapot sometimes would fall down on the ground with the cold and get different colors. So this teapot that actually is my favorite. So because that in Chinese that we call Youbian, right? Youbian teapot, right? So it's uneven colors on the teapot. This teapot, you can hear the pitch. It's also very low density. It's quite thick, right? So this is also a perfect teapot to make show pu'er. And the size is quite big, right? So most people, the first time they choose the teapot will be about this size, right? It's okay, right? If they say, oh, I like to use a bigger teapot, it's okay. However, that a big teapot, that means that we need to put a lot of tea leaves. So this teapot normally put about 15 grams to 20 grams of tea leaves inside to be able to do Gong Fu Cha style, quick stepping method, right? So the tea become expensive. We don't want to do that. We want to save money on tea. Then better to choose this teapot, smaller size. We'll put about 6 grams, 8 grams, right, in a small teapot, and then with quick stepping. So this is the teapot. Also, it's a good sample that how a good Yixing Jili or purple clay teapot should be. This teapot made in 1980s. They still use kind of a traditional way to process and firing. And the teapots that would be medium, high density, could be used for show pu'er or aged raw pu'er. And then when we look at the lip, it's a little bit loose, right? I know that on the internet, a lot of people they say how to choose the teapot, the lip should be perfectly fit of the pot. However, perfectly fit on the pot doesn't mean that we can make a good taste of tea, right? And the pouring should be very smooth, right? And then when they stop, the water will never flow on the spout, right? And then when they do pouring, then the water also should not come out from the lip here. So this is actually opposite comparing with the teapot I'm choosing. Personally, I like antique teapot. I collect antique teapot, right? So most 99% of my teapot are imperfect. Number one, the clay won't be too fine. Number two, the cleaning of the spout or the handle or the pot, not so well. You can see the mark of cleaning. Sometimes the lip would bend a little bit. The handle, the spout would also bend a little bit. The knob not perfectly run. The hole not perfectly run. The lip always loose. Because when we make Kung Fu Cha style, we add the tea leaves, we know how to take the teapot the proper way. And then when it's the right time to pour out, we just take the pot, pour directly to the cup or the pitcher, right? So we don't pour it gently like that. That is the very traditional Kung Fu Cha style, right? We don't pour in slowly, we just fast and pour it out. So all the tea, no matter from the spout, from the lip here, just directly go to the cup or the pitcher. So what should we looking at is the quality of the clay. So this is the only reason we buy Yixing teapot. So only the good quality of clay would make the best taste, but not the lip or the workmanship, right? The modern technique can make the teapot perfect, but not the quality of the clay, right? So we don't need the teapot looks perfect. The ratio should be perfect. I don't care. Right? I just care about the qualities. Is good or not. How much I can make the best taste and how much I can control with my technique to make the best taste of tea. So a lot of the teapots that I have, you can see that when do pouring, I can open the lid, right? So only the non-perfect teapot, loose lips, I can do that. Why sometimes I do that? Because that when we make Kung Fu Cha style with darker oolong teas, filling oolong teas, sometimes we break the leaves, they become powder. When we make pu'er, I will add big piece of leaves, loose leaf, and also add the powder together. So sometimes the powder will start there in the spout. And then when we steep for about maybe 10 seconds, it's the right time to put it out. And then suddenly the tea pouring too slow. What should we do? Right? Then we can open it. Let more air get inside the pot, then the tea will push faster. If they still stuck there, it's okay. Just let the tea come out from the lip. Because we care about the taste, right? We don't want the tea oversteep and become bitter. So that's why we do that. So a lot of my antique teapot, or most of my antique teapot, I could make tea like this, right? And one teapot, only good for one kind of tea. You cannot use the teapot for pu'er, oolong tea, and green teas. That's very important. After using, remove the leaf from the pot, rinse it with the hot water, open the lid, let it dry. Don't clean with detergent or soap, right? The tea may have some tea color slowly grow on the pot. That's okay, because that will give a character to the tea. Looks older, looks been used a lot. And also the tea oil will grow the pot and build up the nice patina. So if you look at the teapot, it's shiny. There's no coating on it, just by using a lot of oolong teas. And then the oil from oolong tea just grow on the pot, right? So this is the patina. So a lot of people, they like to have this kind of patina for the teapot. And for people that who buy the teapot, the first thing is not how much they pay. The first thing is that they find a good source who know about Yixing teapot, give the good introduction, recommendation for selecting the teapot, right? So good teapot not necessarily have to be expensive. So for example, this is a very good quality of Yixing clay teapot. We only sell for $70, right? Inexpensive. Of course, I have some of, this is not fully handmade. It's half handmade, but the quality of the clay will make a good taste. Fully handmade, of course, will give them more value. Like this, the teapot is fully handmade teapot. It's more expensive. You pay for the labor, right? And antique teapot, like this one, over $1,000. To begin with, we don't need this teapot, right? We need the inexpensive, good quality clay teapot. If you're good budget, full handmade teapot, you will enjoy it more. So make sure that the teapot you should well organize, right? Remember which teapot you should use for different teas. Don't mix up, right? Otherwise, that not just the teapot will get different flavor, but also your palate will be confused. Because when you taste the oolong teas, right, it tastes like pu'er. When you taste the pu'er, has kind of a oolong tea characters or flavor. You don't want to do that. And of course, that you can see that I have a beautiful box, right? Beautiful box that when I put my teapot for traveling, visiting, right? So I put the teapot in the box, give a good protection, right? And then we can use the teapot every day for a lifetime, right? So some of the teapot they're over 100 years and still in good condition, right? So people that would sometimes ask whether would this get damaged easily? If we use carefully, it will not get damaged. What happens if we get damaged? It's okay. Repair it with Staple or Kintsugi, right? This is a Staple repair, like Michael Lee, very good at doing that. And this is kind of like similar kind of a Kintsugi repair, right? So the teapot has been broken into small pieces, now been fixed, and they can reuse it, right? So use the teapot every day if you can, right? You see the changes of the teapot, but also the most important, you experience how much your skill and knowledge will improve by using this little teapot, right? So thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Daniel.
Sorry, we have a very limited time.
Does anyone have any questions for Daniel? Oh.
Thank you, Daniel. That was great to learn about.
You're welcome.
My question to you is, why is tea, so related to tradition?
Well, tradition is very important, right? Because that when we always say that when we make tea, right, we can use any way to make. However, when we drink Chinese tea, that we use the Chinese way to make. This is the tradition of Chinese tea, traditional way to make Chinese tea, Gong Fu Cha style. For oolong tea, black tea, pu'er, especially. Green tea is very easy to make. Just low temperature, long steeping will be fine. But oolong tea, if you make a mistake, will taste very bitter. Pu'er, if you make it wrong, maybe you will not enjoy it. Maybe not enough taste. You may not enjoy it. If you make Japanese tea, then the Japanese way. All right. If you make English black tea, then use a big porcelain, right? You can add sugar and milk. It's okay, as well as you enjoy it. However, if you like Chinese tea, or especially you like the good real Chinese tea, right? Then let's go to the traditional way. Then you understand why people add so much tea leaf in the small teapot, why people like the bitterness from this tea. You may not understand at the very beginning, but slowly, when you keep doing this, like you're practicing, and then you will learn from that. So this is very important, right? So traditional will not, the way of tea making that will not really improve the taste at the very beginning, because you need to spend time to practice, right? But the more you practice, the better skill you will have. And then your knowledge will grow by doing that. If you use a big porcelain teapot, add sugar and milk to the Chinese tea, right? You enjoyed it, but you will never understand the real Chinese tea taste. Right? So that's why it's so important. And I also have a rocks, right? If anyone that interest to feel this like raw rocks and you know the difference, this rock and this rock, you touch it, you understand why some teapot are better quality of others. they both, even though they are using clay, some using clay are better qualities, right? Because starting from the beginning, like how they process the rock, not making the teapot, but the rock from the beginning. But you can touch it, right? It's very soft, right? Like soapstone.
Daniel, I'm curious. Is there a way to say you had a teapot that you were only using for oolongs, but then a friend came to your house and used your teapot and made a pu'er in it, and then you go to use your lightly roasted oolong teapot, and you're like,
well,
I was upset. I'm just asking your advice on how I clean my teapot.
Okay, first, that would never happen to me.
I know. I know.
Most of my teapot at home are antique, right? Yeah. So my friend that invite to my home, more or less, they should know about tea, right? And then, second, that Chinese tradition, when we visit a family, right, when we want to touch something, right, we always ask first, can we touch a teapot, right? And then we say yes, then they can touch, and then we watch how they touch my teapot, right? If they hit my teapot, and then they stop.
Yes.
So okay, so for some people that they have teapot at home, and maybe their family members or friends use the teapot for different teas.
Yes.
Right? It may affect to the flavor for tea making from that teapot. It may not. For example, if I use the teapot for green tea, grassy green teas, and someone use the same teapot to make kind of grassier, low oxidation oolong. So the oolong tea has a stronger flavor and taste than green tea, then you cover it up, right? Then when we go only one time, and we go back to the green tea, we may not taste the difference.
Okay.
There must be a difference. However, as a human being, we may not able to taste the difference because only one time, a similar flavor of tea. So that's okay. However, if they use the green tea, people use a poor, dark, earthy poor tea, smoky poor tea, and then use a green tea teapot to make, then the smoky, earthy flavor may go to the teapot. When people go to the green tea, and then they can get the flavor from pu'er and green tea, then they can re-season the teapot.
Oh,
so
you
how
can
to do?
Re-season it.
We can re-season it. We just boil it. Boil the teapot for a couple hours, right? And then add some green tea. If you make for green tea, boil it again, then we'll be fine.
Oh,
Solve
thank
the problem.
you. Oh, good. Thank you. I was panicked there for a minute. I learned a lot. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
I didn't know anything about the density of clay.
Yeah.
And that was very informative, and I really appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you for your invitation.
And
I'm glad to have a chance that to show my teapot and explain about selecting teapot, because honestly, there are a lot of people that they visit my tea shop, maybe order teapot from my online store. When they receive the teapot, they say, "Wow, how come the teapot is not perfect? The lip is loose, right?" They may not able to understand that some of the older teapot that the lip always loose, right? And they don't clean too well.
No, that's it. And so that's great. And I think that that's a really valid point that you mentioned, that it's really good to know where your source is from, because it is really nice to have Yixing teapots. And so it's great to have someone that you know, like do you go to China to pick out your teapots mostly, or how do you source the teapots in your shop?
Before COVID, I go to China once a year.
Oh, great.
Usually spring, right? And then I select the teapot by myself.
Excellent.
So, but however, in these 2 years, I was not able to go to China.
True. Nobody.
So I just order online. They just take a picture for me, right, and look at the pictures to figure out they have the real using clay or not, right? And then I make that decision. So this is not easy, but still okay. So I just use my knowledge and experience to tell the quality of the clay and to figure out how much I should pay for the teapot, right? So still okay.
Excellent. Okay. And does anyone else have any questions?
Like these kind of teapots that you have to regularly use them, or the clay, something goes wrong with them. Like, is that?
No. We don't have to regularly use it. We can use for only a few times and stop, and then legacy for a few years or 10 years. It will not get damaged, right? Only happen that if you use maybe not few times, maybe one time, and then you keep the leaves there, maybe the water inside and then the teapot get mold. Right? If you, as I said before, every time you finish, remove the leaves, add hot water, rinse the teapot, open the lid, and then let it dry. Then should be fine. Yeah, like for example, the teapot is 100 years old. When I bought it, so it got damaged, and then I repaired it. So this is the first day that I use this teapot. So the teapot been stopped using for so many years, and still make good taste of tea. Yeah. You're welcome.
Could you take us back in time and tell us a little bit about the tradition, like family tradition of offering tea? Who would do it, or is this more of a courtly or tea house, or just some of that?
All right. So right now that Kung Fu Cha is becoming more and more popular, right? So people that they would visit different friends, maybe different tea shops, then they have some idea about making tea with Kung Fu Cha style. However, there are many different styles of Kung Fu Cha. Some Kung Fu Cha that would show the beauties of movements, tea making, so that you will see that it's very, very gently taking the teapot and pouring beautifully. It looks very nice. There's kind of ceremony. If someone likes that kind of ceremony performance, would be good. My style is more enjoying teas with family members and friends. I don't care about how look or how beauty of my movement. The most important is the good taste, right? So when someone that visit my home, then I just say, sit down and have tea. Which tea do you like? And then I will make the best taste of tea. And then we can sit down for 1 hour, 2 hours tasting different teas. Right? So this is kind of the more down to the earth. So we don't show the beauties of tea making. Right? Similar like that you have a dinner, a good fine dinner with family members and friends. You don't want to show the beauty of taking the forks and spoons and eating beautifully, right? Because just friends and family members, more casual, right? So the most important is that the Kung Fu Cha style should be very casual, very relaxed. Enjoy the tea making, tea tasting, and have conversations, right? So this is it's just very simple. Very simple. But of course, that at the old time, that people that always like to bring friends to the tea shop, like the tea house, to watch the ceremony, right? But this will be a different kind. At home, in family, right, or in a traditional tea shop like ours, right? We just try to make the best taste of tea, or sharing our knowledge and experience to friends, and that's it.
Well, thank you very much, Daniel, for taking the time to be
pleasure.
here and to share your knowledge, and also for serving tea
Yeah.
out in the courtyard today.
I have a fun time making good teas and sharing with friends, and yeah.
It was lovely. And all day, Daniel was surrounded by people learning and enjoying his teas. So if you get a chance, Daniel's tea shop, the Chinese tea shop, is right across from the street from the
It's on across the Chinese garden.
Yes.
Right on Pender, Columbia, 101 East Pender, right?
And
so
it's got a beautiful
Vancouver,
red
Chinatown.
awning. And so please take time to go and visit Daniel in his tea shop and go through some of his wisdom, because he has a lot to share.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Daniel.
My pleasure. Thank you again.
And this is the end of our tea festival for 2022. Thank you, everyone, for coming. It's been an exceptional day. I've learned so much. I'm sure everyone has learned so much. And it's events like this where we can gather as community, where people share a love for something in common. That's a good reminder of the human spirit and what we need to cultivate together as a community. And I'm really grateful that everyone could make it, and especially to our presenters today. And it's the International Tea Appreciation Society. We're a nonprofit society. We run on donations. These donations help us do presentations and have the equipment to be able to broadcast internationally and share this amazing wisdom of a simple leaf. So thank you, everyone. And we look forward to seeing you next year in 2023 in person. Have a good, safe time. Bye. Thank you, everyone.